Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
My entire life, I have searched for someone with genuine psychic powers, powers which could be verified through science and evidence as being actually real. And my entire life, I've come up short. In fact, I've yet to locate a single person whose powers would work under real laboratory conditions and real observation by people trained in deception, people trained to catch trickery, people like a magician. I spent quite many years as a stage magician, and that enabled me to see through what most claimed superpowered psychics are actually doing, which is using magic tricks. Many of them use magic tricks, but perhaps the most famous and one of my favorite fake psychics is Uri Geller. Uri Geller exploded onto the worldwide stage in the 1970s. He began getting attention for demonstrating these powers that he claimed to have, like psychokinesis, dowsing, telepathy, and for some reason, the big thing he became famous for is bending spoons with his mind. And all over the world in the 1970s, there were literally people having parties trying to duplicate his psychic powers and bend spoons with mental powers that he claimed anyone could learn. He had a lot of other parlor tricks, which essentially are magic tricks, like making watches stop or run faster, making predictions, etc. The interesting thing about Mr. Geller is that a magician by the name of Amazing Randi sort of latched on to him. Amazing Randi is famous for debunking many fake psychics and famously has had, it's no longer in existence, I don't believe, but there was a $1 million challenge that James Randi, the Amazing Randi, would give someone who could demonstrate real psychic powers or abilities the $1 million prize. Not one person ever claimed that $1 million prize, and I think it was available for 20 or more years. Uri Geller being one of his sort of targets, James Randi went after Uri Geller as a fake and a fraud and a magician and a trickster, not a genuine psychic as he claimed. The rivalry between those two is famous. And James Randi wrote a famous book about Uri Geller, debunking him thoroughly, called The Truth About Uri Geller. It is interesting to note that James Randi sort of conspired with Johnny Carson. Uri Geller was scheduled to appear on Johnny Carson and give some of his psychic demonstrations. So Johnny Carson, being a former magician, enlisted the help of James, the Amazing Randi, to prevent Uri Geller from using any sort of trickery or magic tricks. So Randi and Johnny Carson together designed these tests for him, and famously he bombed, beyond belief bombed on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. He was not able to do anything other than, as best I recall, a tiny, tiny, tiny bend in one spoon. Not exactly the greatest psychic in the world with all of these superpowers that he claims, and these demonstrations that he could do somehow when the cameras were not rolling, when the people were not closely monitoring what he's actually doing. And I, for a time, studied some of the techniques of Uri Geller, and for a time did a show called Mind Games and Mysteries, which was a mentalism show. I would do things like bend metal, spoons, keys, do psychic predictions, mind control experiments, which would prove that I could control people's choices that they would make, and all manner of psychic phenomenon displays, sort of. But in a mentalism show, the audience knows that it's a magician. And I used to say, it's a line stolen actually from another famous magician mentalist, Banachek, one of my favorites. I used to, and I asked him for permission to borrow his line that he started shows with. I would say that I use my five senses along with conjuring and the art of magic to produce for you the illusion of a sixth sense. But nothing that I do is supernatural, nothing that I do is psychic. People just would not believe me when they saw some of the stuff that you could do. The key to being a mentalist and doing mental tricks, telepathy and bending metal, or mind control and things like that, was to downplay. Don't be like David Copperfield, like ta-da, you would downplay it. And it's a much more personal experience, a mentalism show. Usually it's much more cerebral, which I guess is what attracted me to it. And also, at the time, I had an agent that didn't need a magician. He needed a mentalist. He had a lot of clients, that wanted these sort of demonstrations and tarot card readings. I was terrible at reading tarot. I used to have a cheat sheet and stuff, like on the back of the box. I was terrible. But at the mentalism part, I think I was pretty good. And we would do basically a mentalism show, and then I would do card readings after the show for all of the audience participants that wanted them. And I did that for some time. And so, of course, I studied the methods of this Uri Geller, and also the debunks that James Randi would do, showing everybody how to do these tricks, which really are just tricks. We're going to cite fair use, and I'm going to show one example of this. Some of the stuff that this guy is still doing, it just drives me nuts when I see it, and I go, really? But, so I found a video, and it's titled Uri Geller reveals his secret to bending spoons. And we're going to cite this is from Kellogg's UK and Ireland. Really? I don't know what Kellogg's has to do with the fake psychic, but okay. But anyway, we're going to cite fair use and we're going to play this video because we're going to be critiquing and discussing his, let's say, methods for producing these effects. I'm going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about this fake psychic Uri Geller and his claims of psychic abilities. Let's share this and then we'll discuss. One second, friends. Okay, his secret to bending spoons.
I'm melting my fingerprint into the metal. Yes, yes, yes. Can feel it. It's happening. Happening. Okay. That's my fingerprint. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can, because we're going to play this again. Remember, this is the start of the video. At the very start of the video, his thumb is covering this apparent fingerprint he's putting in the metal. And this is a magic technique that is basically used all over in every magic show. You conceal something that's already happened. And then you do this big reveal, and a lot of people, not everybody, but most people sort of forget. If you use some misdirection, people will sort of forget that, hey, wait a minute, you never showed it to us without that divot in it that you're claiming is your fingerprint that you're psychically putting on the metal. Let's watch this again.
Melting my fingerprint into the metal. Yes, yes, yes.
So dramatic.
Feel it. It's happening. Happening. Okay. That's my fingerprint. Can you do that? Hi, I'm Uri Geller. I'm about to teach you something quite extraordinary, amazing.
Oh boy.
Spoon bending. Are you ready? Let's do it.
Before we begin, look, he's got this property, I'm not sure, but I believe it's in England, where there's huge spoons and forks all over his property, because I guess this is his trademark, bending silverware. And I just want to say, I don't know how somebody becomes internationally famous for doing what could quite possibly be the world's stupidest magic trick. Like, look, the spoon's not bent. No, look, I'm barely touching it. Now the spoon's bent. That is essentially his great trick. And I know 100 magicians that can do it better than him, by the way. But at a certain point, it becomes sort of like too fantastical to believe. And remember what I said about being a mentalist. You downplay the trickiness of it. You don't get so grandiose like a magician, like with the ta-da and the smoke puffs and, the hot chicks and leotards. It's much more personal and scaled back in order to be believable. As a mentalist, and most mentalists would agree with me, I believe, it's also good to fail. So if you have a trick that you're not really great at or you're not really sure always works, I would always make sure you get a couple of good ones that all worked and then throw in one that's going to fail. And you give this excuse that, the energy's not aligned right, or, I'm not feeling very strong and powerful in my mind tonight. I need to meditate more. Give some excuse, and then you move on to one that does work. And people believe it more, because if you were just doing tricks, you would hit every single one would work. But the fact that some of them are failing makes it more believable. Just a side note.
Open up your mind. Do not be skeptical. Believe in yourself. Be positive. First of all, find a comfortable place around you, anywhere.
Gotta be comfortable.
But most important, pick up a metal spoon. Here it is. Hold the spoon gently with your thumb, exactly the way you see it, and your forefinger. Begin to rub it ever so gently. And believe that very soon it's going to start melting. Totally believe, yeah, it's going. I can feel it now. The spoon, if you notice, is becoming soft.
I'm sorry. Look, I guess when I was younger, I sort of believed this guy, and then later learning magic tricks and learning he was a total fraud, it just kind of like just seems pretty stupid. So see if we could figure out how he's going to accomplish this next effect, where the the arm of the spoon is going to break off.
Almost like plastic. Let me show it to the camera very steady. Look at it. It's melting. It's bending. Is it happening to you? But look at this now. If I'm going to shake this spoon, it's going, and there it is. It's gone.
Whoa, action replay.
If something amazing happened to you, a phenomenon in your house while I was teaching you how to bend this spoon, please let us know at tweet@Kellogg's UK. Please do it now.
And I gotta love the spoon throne behind him, very Game of Thrones. So what he's doing here is just pre-show work, and the answer to how that trick is accomplished is so stupid that when I heard that that's how he was doing this, I went, you got to be kidding me. So basically, the pre-show work is to take a spoon and bend it back and forth many times, right, to the point where it's just about broken but still hanging on there, right? And if you do that and you do it well, later it's pre-broken, right? It's just about broken. It's just hanging on there, like maybe one or two more bends and it would break right off. You go right to the point where it's almost going to break. And at that point, you can touch it with your finger just a tiny little bit and it'll start to bend. You can also just shake it at a certain point and it'll just shake it. And at a certain point, it'll fall off because it's pre-broken. It's pre-show work. And I went to the ends of the earth at the time looking for videos of him doing these demonstrations. And in every instance that he does the break, no one examines the spoon or gives him one of their spoons. It's always him picking up one of his own. And there's a reason for that, and that is because he's done the pre-show work on that piece, so it's going to work really easily and really easily for him. I thought the next thing that we could do is to, it's not good to I guess, make light of somebody's worst moment. Uri Geller has famously said that this Johnny Carson appearance was the worst moment in his life. But interestingly, him failing completely and totally, bombing on the largest rated television show in the world at that point, Johnny Carson's Tonight Show, didn't end his career. He thought that it would. Remember I talked about how mentalists will purposely fail sometimes to make things more believable? People who were believers took his total failure on Johnny Carson as proof that he must be genuine, because if he was a fake, he would have just faked everything on Johnny Carson. The problem was that Johnny Carson and Randi set him up, and he could not perform any magic tricks, at least not without getting caught very easily. They even had extra cameras that they didn't usually use on the Tonight Show, sort of off in the wings, so that they could zoom in on his hands and catch him if he did something sneaky, like pre-bend a spoon or whatever. He bombed miserably. And I think that this is a lesson, really, for, I guess, like they say, the pride goes before the fall. At the time that he was booked on Johnny Carson, he was huge. He was on magazine covers, book stories. People were writing books about him. He was being studied by all different organizations, universities, and portions or programs from the United States government were interested in studying his psychic powers. More on that later. But it's interesting to see the fail that he, just a complete and total failure. Why was he suddenly not able to produce any of these so-called psychic effects once the weapon of trickery was taken away from him. To me, it's definitive proof that he's a complete and total trickster and a fraudster. Take away trickery, nothing happened. But let's. I'm going to cite fair use. This is a Johnny Carson clip, so this is not copyright infringement. This is fair use. This is a very old clip from the 1970s, but you know, I think that we still need to cite fair use and remind whoever is reviewing these things, like a YouTube algorithm or employee, that we are using this clip from the Johnny Carson Tonight Show to educate the public about this person, Uri Geller. Therefore, this is covered under fair use. This is also a transformative work, and we'll be discussing the contents of the clip after I've shared it with our audience. So let's take a look at this. And this is Uri Geller fails on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
The subject was Uri Geller, a young Israeli who claimed to have supernatural powers.
His remarkable affinity for metal and his psychic abilities are well documented all over the world.
In the early 1970s, Geller became a superstar, the most famous psychic in the world.
As I mentioned, at the time of his height, right before this Johnny Carson appearance, he was everywhere. He was on magazines, he was on newspapers, there was articles about him. He was very good at garnering publicity for himself. When he went to a new city, he would go to all of the radio stations and say, hey, I can stop and start people's watches through your radio waves. And he would get a radio show appearance and promote his whatever event he was having in the city. I can say a lot of things that I don't like about Uri Geller, especially him defrauding the public for millions of dollars over his career. But I cannot take away from him his incredible ability to promote himself and to get publicity for himself. He was a master at it. Some would say he still is, because he's still trying to push this, I don't even know what you would call it, career of his down the line. But more on that later. And here, of course, this is amazing Randi discussing the Tonight Show appearance and what happened with that.
And then, of course, there was Mr. Geller's appearance on the Tonight Show. I got a call after they booked him to appear.
Would you welcome, please, Uri Geller?
Johnny Carson looks
had
pretty
been a
young
magician
here.
himself and was skeptical. I was asked to help prevent any trickery.
Nice to see you.
Thanks.
We have only met.
This scares me.
This scares you? Well, this is we just got some things together here. And
I told them to provide their own props and not to let Geller or his people anywhere near them.
Also, one of our staff members.
James Randi just said that he told Johnny Carson to provide their own props and don't let Uri Geller or any of his people anywhere near them. That is to prevent what I just explained, this pre-show work that he does. You got to do pre-show work if these things are going to work. Uri Geller most often uses his own props, which is suspect to begin with, right? Why can't I give you the spoon, right? Because I got some old, really strong spoons that you're not bending easily with misdirection while I'm not paying attention or look away for a moment. He never used those. He always used very, very cheap cutlery. That's another part of his secret to bending spoons. You don't use good silverware or good quality cutlery. You go to a restaurant supply store and buy the cheapest, thinnest garbage cutlery you can because it's very easy to bend that.
Did some drawings which have been sealed in an envelope, and I'd like you to take your own pace when you feel like you want to try anything.
Right.
Do you want to try that particular experiment first?
When I'll feel free.
When
Okay?
you Sure.
We'll start eliminating the ones that do not have the water.
All right, without touching them.
He is really suspicious, you know. I'm having a hard time with you.
Okay, I don't mean to be, Uri. I really
No,
don't.
just keep looking. Okay, let me rest a little, all right?
All right.
So it was explained in the I don't know, that bumper there, that Uri Geller claimed that he could find water with his psychic abilities. So Johnny Carson and Randi came up with this test, which was to put water in one of 10 little compartments there, metal compartments. He famously did do, in a laboratory experiment, find a ball bearing in a little canister just like these. But he was able to touch them. Why a scientist would let him touch these things where he's trying to find the one that's not empty is beyond me, but that's kind of the way the so-called scientific investigation into Uri Geller went. No, friends, when the weapon of trickery and the ability to manipulate the props is taken away from him, he is a total failure.
You know, I'm surprised because before this program, your producer came and he read me at least 40 questions you're going to ask me.
Well, I can ask you all kinds of questions if you'd like. If you'd like me to ask you questions.
I have to have time. And,
Yeah, so basically a whole lot of excuses for why he was failing miserably with his psychic powers, and we're going to hear more excuses next.
Jark, we are back. Uri was telling me you don't feel what, strong tonight?
I don't feel strong. It's not all tonight. Right now I'm feeling being pressed, and then I can't.
Well, I'm not trying to press you. I really not.
You're only telling me, well, will you try that or that?
Well, I thought that was the idea of. No, I'm not trying to put you down.
Yeah, so there is his famous failure. His famous failure on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, which could have been a career-ending move for him. 1 second. Okay. So after famously failing on Johnny Carson, you would think that would be a career ender to him, but it wasn't. He rolled right along, got booked on Merv Griffin, where Merv Griffin let him use his own props. Merv Griffin did not have the benefit of a magician to help him sort of set up the appearance and, put Mr. Geller to an actual or real test. And because of this, he did well on Merv Griffin's show, using his old tricks, basically, and rolled right along. Uri Geller also famously was employed by many mineral and gas companies to help them locate oil or gold deposits, things of that nature. And I believe that led to some legal issues for him at one point or another. And Mr. Geller has famously sued many of his critics. And we might take a lesson. Cosmic con men might take a lesson from Uri Geller, because Uri Geller attempted to sue a whole lot of different people, including James Randi, for slander and defamation. And every time he tried that, he ended up getting slapped with $20,000 in the defendant's legal fees. And every judge in every case, as near as I can recall, or at least a few of the cases, considered that he was perpetrating a frivolous lawsuit against a fair critic. You're going to make claims that you have psychic powers. People are allowed to come out and say, no, you don't, and here's why, and let me show you the trickery he's using. That's not slander. That's the other side of the story. If you're going to make fantastical claims, people are allowed to discuss or debunk or call bullshit on your fantastical claims like this. There's another twist to the story. So at some point, Mr. Geller, I believe it was in 2008 or 2009, Mr. Geller did an entire reversal on his claims and basically said, no, I'm just an entertainer. I don't really have psychic abilities. And started selling courses to magicians about how to do his tricks. And they're, by the way, they're very expensive. As far as magic trick courses go, you can buy a DVD for $40, $30, cheaper ones, not so great ones for $20. But Mr. Geller's course was, near as I can recall, because I remember being at least interested at the time, because I wanted to see if he was really going to give everybody a backstage view of a lot of his tricks. And near as I heard from friends who purchased it, he did. It was something like a few $100s, like $300 or $400. I never got to see that. I'm not going to give him $400 when I already know half of his tricks from, kids' magic books, really, or any book on misdirection. But it's interesting that he did a complete and total reversal and later did another reversal. And now he's back to, no, I'm really psychic. I'm not a magician. Also of note, this is important. Uri Geller at one point claimed, I don't use magic tricks. I don't know anything about magic tricks. But James Randi discovered that before he decided he was a fake psychic, Mr. Geller in Israel was indeed a stage magician for a short time. And so James Randi sort of busted him that you were a magician before you decided you were a psychic. Maybe he thought being a psychic would be more profitable for him, and I believe that it sure was. As far as Mr. Geller's actual magic abilities, ask most magicians. He's not that good. He's not great. He's okay. He's adequate. He convinces people, though. I would consider him, and so I think most magicians would consider him a better showman than a technical, skilled magician with the ability to use sleight of hand and manipulation and conjuring. There's just different skill levels that some magicians have incredible hands and incredible ability to misdirect people. He's not one of them. Just an average level magician, like it didn't even appear that he had really put in a great deal of time, effort, and study into the conjuring methods that he was using. Take from that what you will, but like I said, most magicians would say, including myself, not a great technical magician. He was a great showman, though, because he had this ability to convince people that what they were seeing was a genuine psychic phenomenon and not just a cheap trick from a 12-year-old's magic trick book. And some of them were. One of my favorite tricks that he did at one point was to take a seed into his hand, and he would rub that seed between his fingers and say he was using his psychic abilities, and somehow the seed would sprout, right? Well, James Randi proved that if you go through enough seeds, you're going to find one that's just about to sprout. And if you rub it between your fingers, the warmth from your fingers will make that sprout pop out of that seed. And there's a famous television special where Uri Geller did this, and then James Randi did it right after him, which is pretty funny. But I think how the special went is that they, filmed Uri Geller doing his fake psychic stuff first, and then they gave James Randi a little bit of time to see if he could reproduce them. The effects, he reproduced every one and showed how it was done. There was nothing psychic to his demonstrations. It's simple trickery. And, little known knowledge of things like you can rub a seed that's just about to sprout and the sprout will pop out. These are just simple magic tricks. And that's what magicians do. They use little known knowledge to gain an advantage over an audience when creating effects like this. So I thought we would, I have just one more thing to show in this demonstration, or in tonight's presentation, and that is James Randi commenting on Uri Geller's reversal of his claimed psychic abilities. And it's just very telling that Uri Geller literally came out of nowhere. And, oh, I'm sorry, we do have one more thing after that. So Uri Geller, well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna play a portion of a midnight hour show that I did I mentioned that there's a connection to TTSA here, and that is because Hal Putoff once studied Uri Geller at the Stanford Research Institute, which, by the way, the Stanford Research Institute has nothing to do with Stanford. Nothing. It's a private organization. I think they just put Stanford in there so that people would think it was more important than it actually was. But they spent tons of money I'm not sure if it was government money or investors' money, testing Uri Geller. Throughout his career, there have literally been millions of dollars spent on researching Uri Geller and his claimed psychic abilities, and many, many learned, academic, credentialed people have come out and said, he's a real psychic. He really has these genuine psychic abilities, and one of them is Hal Putoff. Hal Putoff, for those that don't know, is he's a TTSA guy, and he's spent a lifetime, if you ask me, he spent a lifetime conning people out of money, including the government, to do, let's just say, fringe research, remote viewing, Uri Geller bending spoons or having psychic abilities, UFO propulsion systems, warp drives. He likes to get free money for so-called research. And then he spends that money on fakes and frauds like Uri Geller, and he got caught with his pants down declaring Uri Geller real. And we're going to play a portion of my old Midnight Hour show where we explain Hal Putoff's ridiculous endorsement of Uri Geller's psychic powers. I have to say that this proclamation by Hal Putoff that Uri Geller had genuine psychic powers came a few years before Uri Geller came out and said, it was all fake. I'm not a real psychic. I'm an entertainer. I use magic tricks. But I thought for historical purposes, this is important, and we can see that there's something to be learned about TTSA from Uri Geller, and especially Hal Putoff studying Uri Geller and declaring him real. If Hal Putoff is so stupid that he can be fooled by an average magician doing stage magic tricks and be convinced that that guy's got real psychic powers, what does that say about TTSA and their claims about having alien metals or all of their claims? Hal Putoff, he's the guy, right? He's the TTSA guy. You can't trust anything Hal Putoff says. He's an idiot. He got fooled by a guy doing magic tricks out of a 12-year-old kid's magic trick book. Completely fooled. And he spent tons and tons of somebody's money, not his own, I don't think, studying Mr. Geller before giving this proclamation that his psychic powers were genuine. It's my own show, but there's a clip from another show in this old show of mine, so we're still going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work, and we are educating the public about this fake psychic Uri Geller and Hal Putoff from TTSA at one point studying him and declaring him a real psychic, even though he was a fake and later admitted he was a fake. This is great. So yeah, I'm going to cite fair use, and we're gonna play this portion of my old show.
But you never truly get out. Not really. So that, of course, gives me some concerns. And one of the other things that gives me an incredible amount of concern is one of their team members, one Dr. Hal Putoff, who I have to say that I sort of followed for a while because he's been involved in all kinds of paranormal research. But the reason that I think Dr. Putoff is not credible or believable or worthy of being taken seriously is because this man sort of certified that one Uri Geller had supernatural powers. And I have to tell you, folks, that Uri Geller is not a psychic. He was a stage magician before he decided to play fake psychic in Israel, before his career as a spoon-bending, fake psychic began. And Uri Geller was studied by this Dr. Putoff. And Dr. Putoff, yeah, he's got supernatural powers. We don't know how he's doing this stuff. I got to tell you, Dr. Putoff, I know how he did that stuff. and it's called magic tricks, something he studied before he decided he was a fake psychic. And, you know, I know a lot of people are going to attack me for saying this, but I don't really care. Dr. Putoff was fooled by a mediocre magician. That's what Uri Geller is, a magician. Actually, I wouldn't say mediocre. That's probably a really wrong thing to say. He's a pretty good magician if he fooled a couple of scientists into believing that he had supernatural abilities using nothing more than standard conjurer's magic tricks right out of magic books that I own, my friends. And I can tell you with 100% degree of certainty that Uri Geller has no supernatural powers and uses magic tricks, because later in his career, he sort of admitted to the so-called magic fraternity that, yeah, I'm just a magician, I'm an entertainer. And he's also been lately producing DVDs teaching trickery methods to other magicians. Now, I gotta ask you, my friends, why would somebody who had true, real supernatural powers later in his career come out and tell all the magicians in the world, yeah, I'm a magician and I use trickery and I'm gonna make some DVDs and show you some of my methods? There's no reason that a real supernatural endowed psychic powered person would do that. Okay, he was a stage magician in Israel before his fake psychic career started. He was a magician when he was pretending to be a fake psychic. He was famously busted by the amazing Randi on Johnny Carson. Look that up. So I don't know what the so-called laboratory conditions that this Hal Putoff put Uri Geller under, but I can tell you, even under laboratory conditions, in the presence of scientists, many magicians can still fool people. I'd like to believe I'm one of them. And one of my favorites, who's also a friend of mine, you can look him up, who did exactly that, was one Banachek. Look him up, Banachek. He's the man who fooled scientists.
Banachek is famously a man who was sent in by Randi to prove that scientists are just as gullible as any other person. And Mr. Banachek went in under laboratory conditions and fooled a bunch of scientists into believing that he had genuine psychic abilities. He's a mentalist, a magician.
Pretending to be a fake psychic when he did nothing more than use magic tricks. Look him up. I just want to mention him for those who say, Uri Geller, it must be genuine. He couldn't have fooled scientists. You can't fool scientists under laboratory conditions. Well, another man did it, at least one other man. I know of several stage magicians that have indeed been placed in laboratory conditions and tested for psychic abilities that fooled the scientists into believing, yes, they had supernatural powers. And Dr. Hal Putoff is one of those people that got fooled. Now, that's not the only reason why I don't think he's credible, but that's one of them. Because, folks, I did stage magic shows for many years. Anybody can be fooled. And it's not a matter of intelligence. Actually, ask most magicians. The more intelligent people are, it's sort of easier to fool them because they don't see misdirection as quickly and they're thinking of complicated explanations for how you're doing things when the answer is usually quite simple. So Hal Putoff studies Uri Geller for the United States government. And he says at the end of the study, Uri Geller has genuine psychic abilities. And he was wrong, folks. So wrong. Absolutely wrong in the case of one Uri Geller. But that's not the only reason I'm suspect of him. I'm suspect of him because he always seems to be involved in paranormal research and into, getting government money for conducting these studies and finding paranormal proof. But none of that stuff is ever credible that he's done. Not to my knowledge. I could be wrong. Someone can send me something, correct me. Again, I'll be the first to apologize to one Dr. Hal Putoff. I won't apologize for what I believe about Uri Geller because I know I'm right about Uri Geller being a stage magician because I have used some of the same techniques. For a while, I did what is called a mentalism show, which is kind of like a psychic show, except that people know that you're not a real psychic. But in that show, I bent metal, I predicted the future, I drew drawings that people were just thinking of in their head.
It just occurred to me that another person that everyone should look into that's absolutely a magician is Darren Brown. Look him up and see some of the things that he's able to do with magic tricks and mentalism tricks. It's pretty amazing, folks.
Read people's minds, told the future, bent metal, all kinds of so-called psychic phenomena. I talked to the dead in that show, and people were convinced I was talking to their dead relatives. Folks, a stage magician can fool anybody, even a scientist. And Uri Geller did exactly that. And he used that fooling those scientists as sort of a gateway into bigger, better things. That happened very early on when he was very young, just starting his fake psychic career. And for years after, he would put in all of his materials that government scientists studied him and found his psychic powers to be genuine.
Yeah, I mentioned previously that he was excellent. Uri Geller, despite what I think about his fake claims and defrauding the public for decades as a fake psychic, he was a great showman. He was great. He was sort of P.T. Barnum at getting publicity for himself.
It sort of went into the mythology he had created for himself. And when Dr. Hal Putoff handed him that gateway to bigger money, to bigger stages, Hal Putoff was also involved in many other research efforts. Let's just call them research efforts into paranormal phenomenon. And I don't know, folks, I'm just very suspect of him because I think that he is one of those people that is such a believer that you can't really trust his judgment.
He is also famously a huge supporter, or at one time was, of the Church of Scientology. Take for that what you will, but I don't believe that anybody that believes in Scientology should be trusted as a credible scientist. That's just my opinion. Please don't send me hate mail, but I'm sure someone will for me having said that. It's my opinion. I'm free to have it.
Can't trust when he tells you something, you can't trust him completely as telling you the accurate truth because he's too biased on the side of all these things are real. And to me, that does not strike me as a scientist. I believe that good scientists should be curious and skeptical of claims, especially paranormal claims. I mean, most scientists are much better armed than me with knowledge of physics and how the universe works. So for somebody like this Dr. Putoff to be fooled by really just magic tricks that I learned when I was 12 and 15 years old, I just have no confidence in him. And he's one of those people that Tom DeLonge puts out there is like, well, we've got Dr. Hal Putoff on our team. That's not a badge of honor. If that guy was fooled by a stage magician, then what's to say he's not going to be fooled by a UFO hoaxer? Just like Tom DeLonge, I suppose, was fooled by a UFO hoaxer posting fake videos of TR3B to YouTube. And so just to be clear on Hal Putoff declaring a completely and totally fake psychic who is actually a stage magician, a real psychic, I'm going to play a clip here of him talking about that.
And again, we're going to cite fair use. This is a clip from another show. I believe there's a show in England that was talking about the government studying psychic phenomenon and most especially studying Uri Geller. And the scientists involved were headed by one Hal Putoff.
Let's take a listen. And I will cite fair.
And again, fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. This is fair use.
Fair use on this.
They were specifically interested in whether individuals could extract information or get information from remote sites or from hidden material. And so it was critical to them to find out, just what abilities do people have.
Word had reached the CIA about an Israeli stage performer who had the talents they were looking for. Uri Geller was brought to the prestigious Stanford Research Institute in San Francisco for testing. 2 laser physicists subjected Geller to a long series of controlled experiments. In March 1973, they went public with their results.
Yeah, and I just wanted to stop this for a moment to say, I'm not sure what laser physicists have to do with someone claiming psychic abilities, but okay, it was 2 laser physicists that would conduct these tests with Mr. Geller and determine whether he had authentic psychic abilities or not. And in this, I love this. In this clip, they say the prestigious Stanford Research Institute. I'm not sure it's very prestigious. It has nothing to do with Stanford. Some would call that deceptive, naming your organization after a very prestigious college. Okay, but it is what it is.
The film contained some astonishing claims. The scientists said that time after time, Geller was able to telepathically detect a hidden object.
You will note he is very pleased with finding this target.
Using his psychic powers, he was apparently able to change the weight of a piece of metal.
The upper 2 traces are apparently due to Geller's effort.
And over lunch in the SRI canteen, Geller bent dozens of spoons for the scientists.
Yeah, by the way, famously, the magician James Randi showed that a lot of the so-called psychic phenomenon that these scientists witnessed were not in the lab, but in the cafeteria when they were hanging out and when they were relaxed and not really paying attention, and there wasn't cameras rolling, and Mr. Geller was not under very much scrutiny. He would produce a great deal of psychic phenomenon there in that relaxed setting. That may have led to some confirmation bias on their part. In my opinion, they should not have been even eating with the subject, the test subject, first of all, or socializing with them. That's just how I would do it. I wouldn't spend time every day socializing with the guy and eating lunch with him, because that might make me biased or make me lose my objectivity about the subject. But that's just how I would do it. They did it their way, which is to chum around and hang out with them, eat lunch with them every day, and watch them do psychic stuff while they're eating their lunch. It's stupid, friends. It's really stupid.
But his most incredible success was his apparent ability to telepathically read hidden drawings.
Certainly with regard to the ability to reproduce hidden material, there's no doubt in our mind that Geller could do that.
This is the drawing that Geller has made to correspond to the target object. As you can see, he is quite elated about getting the right answer.
We had no idea about how this stuff could be done. We're sort of like, where were people with gravity before Newton came along? I mean, gravity worked, clearly, but no one had an idea how. So similarly, here's some things that we saw worked and happened, but no idea how.
Uri Geller left SRI with the stamp of credibility. Leading scientists believed he did indeed possess unexplainable powers.
So what we have here, folks.
Yeah, so there is, to the Stars Academy's big scientist, Hal Putoff, being fooled by a man who is doing magic tricks, who in and around 2008, 2009, came out and admitted to magicians that he was indeed a stage magician, and that, you know, he didn't have psychic powers, that everything he did was with conjuring or the art of magic. Hal Putoff, you're busted. You got fooled by a stage magician. You got fooled by a guy doing magic tricks for you. I think that says a lot about TTSA's lead scientist and how much we should trust anything that comes out of TTSA, especially when, you know, using Hal Putoff as some sort of authority on these supernatural occurrences, phenomenon, paranormal events, whatever you want to call it. I don't think that TTSA should be out there bragging that Hal Putoff is on their team, given how badly he got busted here. It's crazy. It's crazy, and they could continue to solicit. Again, here's Hal Putoff, again involved in some sort of scheme where they're raising money so that he can conduct psychic or paranormal research. He has his own sort of company where he does that. Hal Putoff right now does, and it's like a family business. Him and his sons run this business together with Eric Davis of all people. Yeah, give us money and we'll conduct crazy paranormal research or research into warp drives or alternate forms of propulsion. It doesn't look good to me. It doesn't look good that he's always involved in these fundraising efforts that benefit him being able to like spend that money on ridiculous, some would say ridiculous, psychic research like into this Uri Geller. So in 2008, 2009, Uri Geller comes out and says, I faked it all. I faked it all, and now I'm going to make DVDs to sell magicians to teach them how to fake what I do as well. And we have a final clip here, again citing fair use, of James Randi commenting on Uri Geller's incredible reversal and admission that he is not a psychic or he doesn't have supernatural powers, but rather that he used magic tricks and was a magician. Uri Geller also started attending magic events and even sort of performing at them, lecturing at them about things like, showmanship and engaging an audience. But it was sort of half measures. He never, you're not going to get Uri Geller giving a big explanation of why he was faking things, why he decided to become a psychic fraud. You get sort of half measures from him about all of that. And he's sort of, to the magician fraternity, he would go to like the IBM convention where he got awards for being a magician, which is funny. But he would sort of mostly talk when he lectured about showmanship and being convincing, having a good character, all the things that make a good stage performer, but nothing to do with actually having real psychic powers to back up your claims. But again, we're going to cite fair use. This is transformative work. This is our final clip of tonight's presentation. This is called James Randi on Uri Geller's reversal. And here James Randi is talking about Uri Geller and his admission that he's a fake. Again, fair use. We're educating the public. This is a transformative work. We're going to be discussing the contents of this clip. Here we are.
Hello, I'm James Randi, and I'd like to tell you briefly the history of Uri Geller. It's a long story, but we'll cut it down in length, mercifully. 35 years ago, he started to tell the world the story that he was a genuine psychic. But he's now decided to make a reversal of that. Let's examine it. Now, back in 1975, in my book, The Truth About Uri Geller, I gave Mr. Geller the opportunity to do a withdrawal from his claims that he had genuine psychic powers. I said that if he did that, I would set him up with a prominent agent in New York City so that he could become a practicing magician, an illusionist. And he certainly would get international tours out of that. He could have made an honest living from that point on, but he ignored that offer entirely. Instead, now, just recently, within the last couple of months, he's decided to do a reversal, to withdraw from his claim that he has genuine psychic powers. Well, Mr. Geller, that won't work. It's too late now. There are too many academic careers from universities all around the world of people who have been affected negatively. A short list: Russell Targ and Hal Putoff from Stanford.
Russell Targ and Hal Putoff from Stanford Research Institute. Those are two people who claimed that he had genuine psychic powers and were made to look like idiots when Uri Geller comes out and admits that he doesn't have any psychic powers and he's using magic tricks. It's crazy, friends.
Research Institute at one time. Wilbur Franklin, John Hasted, and John Taylor, Ted Baston, Andrea Puharich. Oh, the list goes on and on.
And those are just some of the scientists and academics who studied Uri Geller, many of which studied Uri Geller with government funds. And so how much money did the U.S. government waste on this stage magician claiming to be a psychic? The truth is millions, from what I can gather, were spent on studying Uri Geller's claimed psychic powers, and all of them when Uri Geller finally comes out somewhere around 2008 and 2009 and gives an admission that he's not a real psychic, it was all fake. He makes them all look like assholes, and rightly so, because he apparently fooled all these very learned, college-educated, academic, scientist kind of people into believing his fantastical claims.
These are academics who chose to believe that Geller was telling them the truth. He said he was. He said, "I'm not a magician. I've never done magic tricks. I can't do magic tricks. I've always been the real thing. I have genuine supernatural powers." And they naively chose to believe him. And their careers were negatively affected, in some cases very seriously. Now, you can forget the teeny boppers. The teeny boppers sort of went along with Geller. They were titillated by him, and he probably made a good living from their support. But they're not the important people. The important agencies here are the national governments, other organizations, universities, research agencies that spent millions of dollars to investigate what was known as the Geller effect. They chose to believe that Geller was not lying to them when he said he had genuine psychic powers.
So literally millions of dollars were spent researching the Geller effect. It wasn't just Uri Geller. Other people started coming forward claiming they had similar abilities, most of which I looked into and were using similar magic tricks and conjuring techniques that Uri Geller. They were just copies, straight copycats going, me too. You know, they saw Uri Geller making all this money. They figured out some of the tricks. They came out as well, a bunch of different people, including a woman who I seem to recall offhand. I don't recall her name. So millions of dollars spent, wasted really, of our taxpayer dollars on this fake psychic and fake psychics copying from his fake techniques.
He even said at one point that he got his powers, I hope you're ready for this, from the planet Huba. Who knows where Huba is? It's in some extragalactic area. I don't know. He said that an angel of some sort appeared to him when he was a mere child in his garden and gave him these mystical powers, and he found out that he could bend spoons with his mind. What a load of nonsense.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if extraterrestrials are going to come from another star system to give somebody superpowers, I'm not sure that the superpower to bend spoons a little bit is worth coming from a whole nother star system to give some human superpowers. Why would you give him the stupidest superpower ever? I remember in Marvel Comics there was a mutant and Cypher, and I thought, man, I always felt bad for that guy because he had the stupidest superpower, which was he could decode and read any language or code, which I guess is a cool power, but like if you're in a fight, what are you going to do with that? You know, it's a stupid superpower. And I'm sorry, but bending spoons is a stupid superpower to claim to have. And it's just amazing to me that this guy became an international super well-known celebrity because he could bend spoons.
I can't believe that anyone would accept this, but many people obviously did. Now, again, we can forget the teeny boppers. It's the millions of dollars that were spent by agencies and by people who thought that he was genuine. They chose to believe him. Now he finds himself between a rock and a hard place. It's exactly where he deserves to be. Mr. Geller, you deserve this, and I will read from the closing words of my book. Somewhat out of character, I will read from Holy Scripture. This is quoted in the closing of my book about Uri Geller. Stand now with thine enchantments, with the multitudes of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth. That's from Isaiah 47, verse 12. You're stuck with it, Mr. Geller. Lots of luck.
Yeah, so remembering that Amazing Randi was a magician, is a magician, well-known magician, it should be explained that I think that this reaction video of his was sort of part of the backlash. There was a lot of magicians that were like, what is this asshole doing at our convention? Why are we hiring a fake fraud psychic to lecture? Or why are we giving a fake fraud psychic a Magician of the Year award or something like that? And there was a big backlash in the magic community, like, no, you asshole, you made your bed, kind of like the sentiment that this Randi was putting forward, which was, no, you asshole, you made your bed, and now you got to lie in it. You can't fake things all this time and then just think you're going to, because there's a lot of guys that, like, even somewhat famous magicians, when they get down on their luck, you know what they do? They sponge off the magic community. They go work conventions, magic conventions all over the country, because they can't make it in the real world, but there's money to be made just hanging out with magicians. I always thought it was funny. Like, why would I want to go, knowing all the tricks and how they work, why would I want to go to a magic convention? I guess for love of the art, great, but it always seems stupid to me that a bunch of magicians will get together, and who do they hire for entertainment? Magicians, But Uri Geller, I think he was hard on his luck at one point, and the finances may have had something to do with his sudden admission. And it's a very lucrative market, actually, these magic how-to DVDs, and I believe that he got a huge influx of cash. Someone who I trust in the magic community, and he's also in the magic DVD business, told me that Uri Geller made something like $100,000 off of his magic DVDs that he was offering, instructional guide to how to do the tricks that he was offering. I haven't seen them. I'm not sure if that's accurate. It may be rumors and speculation, but he got a big payout from coming out and saying he was a fake from magicians who wanted to spend a few $100s and find out how he did his tricks. So, friends, I think that will basically wrap it up for tonight's presentation. But I did have one final thing to do, and haven't done this in forever, so I don't know how well this is going to go, but we'll give this a try. I'm going to turn my attention to the live chat. We'll give some shout outs. I see Don Praise Phase is here. Baz10. Carol Utley is here. Victor Caliero is here. Paranormal Hood Jiggy is here. Brad Gray is here. Shout out to Brad Gray. Six's Design is here in the live chat. So I'm going to turn my attention to the live chat. And Six's Design is posting, psychic Uri Geller paid $1 million to find oil. He famously worked for the oil and gas industry, and they employed him for big bucks and gave him access to things like a helicopter and lots of resources, company credit cards, things like that. All you got to do is help us find those oil deposits with your psychic powers. I believe he failed at every turn of that and was never hired a second time by any one of those oil or gas companies. That may have something to do with, or that may explain him not being hired a second time by any of those oil and gas companies, may shed some light on the accuracy of his "here's where the oil is" psychic predictions, right? Yes, please, guys, use caps. Please use caps for questions. And I'm happy to be back. So I'm going to do just a very quick demonstration of Uri Geller's spoon bending. I used to do this in my mentalism show. Haven't done it in a long, long time, but the demonstration went something like this. I have here a longer spoon and a shorter spoon, but we can see that they are more or less together, unbent. Both spoons are unbent. Now, if someone from the live chat could help me out, right? I'm going to need you to pick one of these. So first one in the live chat, tell me long or short, big or little. And we will do a sort of demonstration just like Uri Geller. And again, I would use two so that we could compare them and people could see after the effect takes place, the difference in the two. We have a long one and a short one. Brad Gray says long. So Brad Gray, you have chosen you've chosen the long. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove the short one. And now I'm just going to use the long one, and I'm going to begin to work on this ever so slightly, and we should begin to see, an effect. Everybody's got to put aside their skepticism. We want to make sure we believe. Now we're going to check. We're going to check against this. Okay, so there's still not very much of a bend. We're going to continue. And now you can see it happening slowly starting. Put this here. And yeah, I can definitely, I don't know if you guys can see that. I can definitely see. You can see it's beginning to bend. Definitely. And now we'll take this one and we will compare it. We'll put them back together and look how much of a bend we got on the longer one. See if we can't continue with the bend. Let's see how much. Look at the difference already, friends. Look at the difference already, and I've only just begun to work on it. This one remains, the short one remains unbent, and this one is continuing to bend as we continue. And we'll see, and we're going to see. You can really see that start to bend. We'll take it from the back side again. And now the difference between the two. Haven't done that in a long time. And I can explain this very simply. It's just misdirection. It's just misdirection. I'll put this back to straight. And there's a reason that I used a long and a short spoon. There's something called equivoco in magic circles. Hopefully I don't get the shit beat out of me for revealing any magic secrets on tonight's show, but this is pretty well-known magic secrets. So there's something called equivoco, and I want to use this long one, and I'll explain the reason why. I want to bend the long one. I don't want to bend the small one. And the reason is, how the bend is done is I put my thumb on it. And there's also another principle of magic that the big movements conceal smaller movements. So I'm holding my fingers down the spoon when I'm asking somebody, and this works much better in person. I don't know how well this translates to video, but when I'm asking the person to pick one, I don't say why you're picking one. So luckily somebody said the long one. I think it was Brad Gray, picked the long one. He said long one. If he had said short one, I would say, okay, we'll remove the short one. And when I was doing this, I was moving my thumb into place. See this? So now I'm perfectly in place. And we can see the reason that I use a longer one. And the reason I use a longer one is because I'm able to get the leverage. And just that quickly, I could put a small bend in that when I say, okay, we'll remove the small one. And that's another thing, out of frame. You see what this is at when this is out of frame? You don't know what I'm doing down here. I have this thing against my knee and bend it. And when you bring it back up, you cover the bend. So the bend is here. You cover the bend. Then we do some rubbing, whatever. And for field of view, what always worked best for me is to push it right at them. So you start to do the bend and you start to do the reveal, pull it back, sort of twist, and then push it right at them so that they could see it. It looks like it's bending right as it's coming at them. And again, there's the bend, and this is just misdirection. As I'm putting this one down, okay, we'll remove this one. Remember, I had my thumbs up on both. People forget, my fingers were down here, and my thumbs were up here. As I'm putting this one, removing one, I just put this one down for a second, and I just bend it again. It's very easy to do that with your thumb on it, and you put your, get as much leverage as you can, a quick bend, and then conceal the bend as you do your fakery, fraudery, and then we can show the difference. That's another reason why I use two spoons, so that people could see the difference. You show them the spoons at the beginning where they're together, and then after you do the bend and the reveal to the person's face, look at that bend, and then we put them together, which is really the convincer, because they knew at the beginning of this, both of them were straight, together straight. So this is just one method of doing a spoon bend. There's many, many more. And again, like I said, the trick with he did a trick where he was putting his finger, I'm putting my fingerprint. He doesn't reveal the back. He doesn't show the back. He just says he's putting his fingerprint in the spoon and then reveals the divot in the spoon. He never showed us the back of the spoon. Now, there's ways you could show the back of the spoon. One of them is you could have two spoons that aren't long and short like this one. And you put them together, you show the back of the spoon, and now watch, I can take one away. So if you wanted to show the back of the spoon, you just turn it here like this. You take one away as you cover. Put this on the side. Again, that forced perspective is another one. He used forced perspective an awful lot. In other words, this is the perspective that you get to see. Anytime he goes out of frame with the prop, you don't get to see what he's doing. So while he's out of frame with the prop, he's doing whatever he wants to do. Then he brings that one back. A moment ago, we saw this one unbent. We'll do the bend again. And then we see the bend. It's very simple misdirection. Just a moment is all it takes to put a bend in a spoon. I was always amazed that this guy got internationally famous doing such a simple, stupid trick, but it is what it is. So, Victor Caliero, at least Uri has a sense of humor about it these days. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Uri Geller. I meant before doing this show to check back in. But last I heard, he's back to, I'm a real psychic. And he was going to use his psychic powers to affect Brexit, right? To affect the vote on Brexit. I don't know what happened with that. But again, he's still out there trying to make a living as a fake fraud psychic, nearest as I can tell. Yeah, and everybody tell me in the live chat, what did you think of this spoon bending demonstration? I haven't done that in a long time, but was that at least convincing before you knew how it was done? that I was bending the spoon with my psychic powers. It's a little more believable and a little more, I'd say, impressive in person. People would scream when I did this. They would swear, "Oh my God!" People would be telling a friend like, I saw it bend, and he wasn't." And people always attribute things that you didn't do, or it's just the way that memory works. That's one of the ways that magic actually works, is because your perceptions are being altered by me, and manipulated. So later you reconstruct it in your head, and people would say things like, "He never even touched it, and it bent." Yeah, I did touch it. You just forgot that I touched it. There's also a principle of magic called time misdirection. So in other words, if I were to take the spoon and just give it a quick bend when you're not paying attention, I put a lot of time between the reveal. In other words, you still think it's straight, right? It's already bent, but you still think it's straight, right? So I would put a lot of time between the reveal and the time that they thought it was straight. I would milk this and say, it's not really, it's starting to heat up, it's getting there. I can feel the molecules beginning to change, begin to be altered in the spoon. I can feel the molecules warming up now. They're starting to change. And here we could see the spoon is bending. Here we see it bending. And you see this, I'm just slightly moving this hand while rubbing here. And a big rub here covers this small movement of my hand. Try that again. So a big rub here will cover the small movement of my hand. And people are really focused on that spoon. They don't really pay attention so closely. And again, time misdirection. I'm going to put a lot of time in between when they thought it was straight and when the reveal happens. And again, here's one of my favorite ones to do too, is to, again, we're going to the straight, and then we straight on to their eyes. I would do this right at them, and they would see this thing coming down or backwards, depending on the way the bend went. You go, here we are, we're doing the bend, and yeah, now it's beginning, and there it is. Spoon is definitely bent. And once it's bent a little bit, you can also put a lot of weight on it. It looks like you're just touching it with one finger, but every once in a while I would say something to the person. Like I would say like, "Hey, Lee Veltman, pay attention because I'm going to bend this. Hey, Lee Veltman, is that your wife or your girlfriend? Or the girlfriend that your wife doesn't know about?" And again, that quickly, it's bent more, So misdirection is easy to do. And when you're close up with people, this becomes a lot more engaging. I give Uri Geller a lot of credit for making some of this stuff look good on film. It's not easy to make it look good on film. It's easier to make it look good in person. You have the benefit of people's perceptions being easy to manipulate and to sort of set the stage for the event that you want them to see to happen. Yeah, Lee Veltman says that's my mistress. Oh, there you go. Lee Veltman says that yeah. Geller did make the spoons look really rubbery. Yeah, and we've talked about that previously. It's a pre-break, basically. Victor Cagliaro, imagine making tens of millions from bending a spoon. That's the world we live in. Yeah. Okay, somebody's asking something. Karen Rocha. I don't know what happened to my last camera, but I'm curious to know if Sarah Adams will be coming on the show or if you will complete the series on her. Karen Rocha, I asked her to come on and do the interview probably 6 or 7 times now. The last thing that I got from her, it was a short time ago, and she said that she was dying and couldn't even talk. And then someone pointed out that she was posting super glam selfies of herself all done up the same day. take from that what you will. And then very shortly after that, she's lecturing at some Shasta conference on talking to people from, was it Uranus or Saturn? I don't know. So she was deathly ill and couldn't even talk, but she could post selfies of herself in full makeup and hair and, wardrobe, I guess. I don't know how these things work, but and then right after that, she went to lecture at a conference about how to talk to people from Saturn, I believe, the Mount Shasta conference. So I don't know what's going to happen. Will I finish it? Absolutely. I may finish it this week. You know what? I think that we've been kind enough to, we've extended her every courtesy, and I'm about out of patience. Honestly, that was supposed to be one show, and somehow it turned into multiple shows, and she keeps wanting to try to convince me, or that's the impression that I get, is that she keeps stalling because she wants to still try to convince me of something. And I don't think that's going to happen, and we're wasting time. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to complete it with or without her participation. And there's going to be some shocking revelations. Maybe that's why she's afraid to come on the show. She doesn't really want to answer for some of the things that I found. It is what it is. I feel very conflicted. In fact, I confided to a friend, somebody I consider a friend and a viewer here. I feel very conflicted about this Sarah Adams because I don't even know how to say. I don't know how to say this, but like I feel conflicted. I feel conflicted about her because she was very kind to me, and she's gone out of her way to try to convince me their powers are genuine, and she believes her powers are genuine, and she sent me, 100 testimonials from people who believe her powers are genuine. And I believe there may be some very serious psychological issues going on with her. After all, somebody who has been bullied or abused or otherwise taken advantage of for, some period of their life, it's easy to see that person sort of, I guess, inventing alters. That's one of the problems that I have. Like, she literally has alters. And for those that don't know, that comes along with, it used to be called multiple personality disorder. Now it's called, dissociative disorder. I believe that she may truly have real psychological issues that are the cause of some of her beliefs about having superpowers, or her beliefs about having, supernatural abilities, healing abilities. There's been a great deal of claims that she made, including just totally different sort of origin stories for why she has superpowers. Either it was the black goo when they made her a super soldier and she was abducted as a child. Later it was, I'm the alien hybrid. Later still, it's sort of morphed into, I'm not of this earth. So she went from a super soldier to being a hybrid alien, or may have been involved in some experiments at a secret military base, and being an alien hybrid, to now we're on to, she told me I am not of this earth. That's what she told me. I didn't know what to say. I just said, is that what you truly believe? And she said, yes, I'm telling you, I am not of this earth. And I went, okay, so we have 3 different sort of superpower origin stories. You got to have an origin story if you're going to have superpowers. Not to go off on a tangent, we're going to save unpacking all this stuff for the final episode on the strange case of Sarah Adams. Brad Gray says, put that Sarah in a very stressful environment, and then let's see her powers. Yes, when I took away her ability to use hypnotic induction or the power of suggestion, she failed miserably at displaying her superpowers. Let's see. James Randi, net worth. James Randi is a Canadian-American retired stage magician and a scientific skeptic who has a net worth of $1.5 million. Yeah, well, good for him. He's had a good career. He had a very long and successful career as a stage magician, and then he did a lot of escapes, like water escapes and stuff, like Houdini did, and then later sort of found his calling as being a guy who would debunk fake psychics. Maybe that's where I get it from, or where I get some of my desire. Of course, Amazing Randi is a hero to most magicians because magicians don't like people using magic tricks and telling people it's not magic tricks. If you're going to use magic tricks, just go, yeah, I'm a magician. Lee Veltman, it's the stuff with Douglas Dietrich and Miles Johnson with Tim Refat that I'd be more interested in. Yeah, she wants that stuff with Miles Johnson taken down. Like, she's adamant that he has no right to leave those up, and she wants them taken down. And I think she wants them taken down because it affects her credibility of her claims now. Dominic is here, and Dominic says, hi, all. I hope I didn't miss too much. Well, we're wrapping things up here, but that's what Rewind is for, friends. That is what Rewind is for. So I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. I am glad to be back to the grind after, what is it, like 4 days with no show. The good news is that I got some more shows prepped and loaded and ready to go. We're taking a little bit of a detour, and we're going to be doing a discussion of some of my favorite fake psychics. And James Randi may come back, because James Randi has been involved in busting these guys for ages. So it would only be natural that we come across another case that James Randi completely destroyed as fake and not real. What can we learn, though, from Uri Geller? We can learn how gullible the public is, how easily the public can be fooled into believing. The believing brain is a terrible thing for anything like discernment, and confirmation bias also affects people's discernment and ability to tell facts from fiction. This is very evidently displayed by the success Uri Geller is a multi-millionaire. I believe he bought a private island in Scotland. Friends, you're not buying a private island anywhere unless you got some buku bucks. I think that somebody mentioned James Randi's net worth at 1.5 million. I'd be surprised if Uri Geller is not worth 5 million, maybe more. He had some very lucrative television deals. He was on that show with Chris Angel for a time. He had his own television show, like The Next Uri Geller. Okay, Paranormal Hajigi. I don't know if you saw my comment earlier, but I reached out to Geller a few years ago, and he wouldn't come on. Gave us his phone number to call and talk. Give me that phone number, Paranormal Jiggy. I'd like to give him a call. Give me that phone number. I'll give him a call. We'll see if we can't get him to come on, or even just give me a statement about this show that we've done. Maybe he'll comment. I would like to hear him comment. Don Crazeface. Uri Geller is a great example of gullibility, and he is rich for it. Yeah, and like I was saying, there's an important part that the Cosmic Con Men should take from Uri Geller. You can read on his Wikipedia page. He tried to sue a bunch of different people, and every time he tried to sue somebody, the judge slapped him with a huge fine, basically, for filing a frivolous lawsuit. And one judge even made a statement like, if you're going to make fantastical claims like you have psychic powers, then people are allowed to critique and discuss you. And maybe, just maybe, some of the current Cosmic Con artists can take a lesson from that. You can't just sue people who say your fake superpowers aren't real. People are allowed to do that. This is the way things work. You make claims, people are allowed to discuss your claims, critique your claims, debunk your claims. That's the way the world works. But some of these Cosmic Con Men think they could just sue their way into not being critiqued or criticized for their ridiculousness. And oh boy, man, I know everybody's talking about this. I was going to save this, but the foolishness, it's like a comedy show. what some of these fake cosmic con men post as real information, and then you see the reveal of what they're posting, and you go, "What a fucking idiot!" Right? What a fucking idiot. Yeah, and Six's Design is posting his Wikipedia page and Hal Putoff's Wikipedia page. I like the guy who swallowed a string and then pulled one out and his belly button. I think you're probably talking about David Blaine, but I could be wrong. Dennis Koch, I knew where this whole thing was going. Pay me. I like your avatar. Is that Nightwing? I think that's Nightwing, right? I'm a big fan of Teen Titans and more the comics when I was a kid than the TV show. But I liked the TV show. I thought the TV show was very well done. I wish they would have had better casting for a few of the Titans. One in particular killed it for me. A few killed it for me, but you know, I realized that inclusivity is important. So they wanted to have sort of like a diverse cast. So, you know, people just changed whole races, but that's okay. Overall, I enjoyed the Teen Titans show. Okay, Dominic, I'm not sure that we've seen you here before. If not, welcome to the show. You are most welcome here. I do think some fake psychics actually believe their own bullshit, though. I think you're right. Some of them truly believe that they have. Some of them truly believe that they have psychic abilities. Karen Rocha, yes, she charges $2.50 an hour. That would be one. Sarah Adams, I believe she has a new website where she is selling her wares, and we're going to address all that on the final episode of The Strange Case of Sarah Adams. Seems only appropriate. I'm going to do a few more shows, I guess, on my favorite fake psychics, and yeah, I'm going to load in Sarah Adams and we'll do the wrap up in this series of my favorite fake psychics because I give her a lot of credit. I've never encountered somebody using some of the techniques that she used, and it's ingenious how she's able to convince people that she has whatever superpower she claims she has. Whoa, $2.50 an hour could add up pretty quick. Yeah. Jolly Bridge Burner is here. Retaining them so we can send them to work on Mars. Good prices for the well-trained ones. Yeah, we need soldiers on Mars. That's what all those missing children are about. They're slaves on Mars. Yeah, and Sixa says, I wouldn't put it past them to come up with something like that, Jolly. Lee Beltman, mole kids' lives matter. Yeah, they do. Don't make jokes. Brock Landers, I don't believe that I've ever seen you here before. And if you are new, welcome to our spot on the internet here. If you like strange and mysterious subjects, you found a good place to come and a good group to join in with. Thoughts on David Blaine? I think he's very talented, gifted. I think that he is a really interesting character in that he has combined his interest in sort of reality of things like endurance stunts and somehow wrapped it in with magic. The guy does right off the shelf magic tricks sometimes, but then sometimes he comes up with stuff that's a little out there and not. Some magicians don't like him. They say, oh, that's not magic what he does, but it sure is an interesting way to get publicity for himself. And some of his stunts have been, viewed by millions of people around the world. You can't argue with the talent it takes to get the attention of the entire world. I had a magician friend that would trash him. I don't really like street magic very much. Street magic is just an invention, really, of majorly of David Blaine and a few others, and it came out of a sort of rebellion against that glitzy glamour, sequined up Las Vegas style showy stage magic, which is to just be dressed like a normal guy. And David Blaine's whole thing is, can I show you something? He would just go up to strangers, you know, and it became much more intimate. Not a fan of that style of magic, but he certainly was an innovator, and you got to give the guy credit for holding the attention of the world with all of these stunts that he's done over the world. Karen Rocha says, thank you. Okay. Okay, what do you think of the Aurora Collective girl that Jean-Claude often has on his channel? Well, Dominic, this is what I will say. I think that the woo is deep with her, but she seems to be like a nice lady. Like, does that make sense? Like, I think she's a good-hearted person, but I don't believe most of what's coming out of her mouth. I haven't had time to digest very much of it, but every time that I have seen her, I kind of get lost. Like, what the hell is she talking about now? I'd like to get sort of a video of her explaining whatever it is her beliefs are, like in a more clear-cut manner, because she kind of seems like she rambles about all these different things, and she's got the word salad, you know, like quantum energy fields and, you know, heart chakras, and, you know, she talks in this word salad a lot of times that I'm not sure what she's saying means, but, you know, I'm open to try to be more open-minded about new people that I encounter, so I'm not so quick to judge or to minimize the value of what they're talking about. Does that make sense? So I'd like to look more into her. Actually, it's literally on my list of things to do is to look more into her. But again, another show host that I like was mentioning loss of objectivity. You know, even Jean-Claude, like, I'm listening to some of the stuff he's saying, and I'm like, really, Jean-Claude? Come on, bro. I don't agree with a lot of stuff that Jean-Claude talks about or has on his show, but I kind of lost my objectivity. I like him as a person, you know, and I don't have a lot of friends doing shows, and he's given me a lot of good advice and helped me figure out some of this technical stuff that he had already been through. He was a little ahead of me with figuring out the software. I like Jean-Claude. Do I agree with everything that he says or everything that he talks about? Fuck no. Fuck no. But see, there's the thing. Like, I think that good people can just disagree, right? We should be able to have a discussion, a debate, and disagree. I feel the same way about Cliff High. Like, I love Cliff High as a person, but I'm a computer guy. So do I believe that WebBot is really telling the future? Fuck no. I had him on my previous show, and I tried to drill down into how this WebBot is supposed to predict the future, and I don't even think he can explain it to me adequately. Or maybe I'm just a stupid monkey, and he's a 10 times better coder than me. I'm not much of a coder, but I think that the whole gist of what he's trying to push with this WebBot and make money from is based on flawed logic. Just because a lot of people out there on the internet are talking about something doesn't mean that it's going to happen. And that's the basic gist of how WebBot works. It runs around on the web, sees what people are talking about, what the trends are, and then makes predictions based on, I suppose, collective consciousness and what the collective consciousness is rattling about at the moment. I call bullshit on a lot of Cliff High's claims. I believe he's a great person, nice guy. But no, and by the way, cryptocurrency is bullshit. Cryptocurrency is just as fake as regular money. But then again, you know, money is fake, basically. So the fact that somebody would independently just make up their own money is kind of funny to me. And all these people are buying fake money, which could crash at any moment, has no, you know, people talk about the blockchain and how secure it is. No, I'm a computer guy. Nothing is secure. Nothing. Given enough time, enough energy, anything can be cracked, anything can be infiltrated, anything. So there are people that I like as people and just sort of I don't have objectivity. I don't want to get it. Like, I don't really want to get into it with some people that a lot of what they talk about, I think, is bullshit, because that will certainly, like, some people won't take that well. The good ones take it well. And you know what? Actually, I mentioned two good examples. I think Jean-Claude and Cliff High, both of them could have a talk with me about why I disagree with them and why we disagree on certain subjects, or why I think this is bullshit and you're wrong. Both of those guys are strong enough intellectually and as people that we could have a discussion, we could have a debate, and it would be okay. But I just sort of avoid those things. It's like, let that guy go off and talk about whatever he's talking about. I have a show to do myself. Yeah, Jasmine Emmerich, see, if the webbots were predictive, he would have strong and persuasive data to support his claims and be able to duplicate the results in real time. And he can't. So I call bullshit on the webbot. But like I said, there's people who talk about things that I totally disagree with. Doesn't mean they're bad people, or, you know, I think there gets to be a level of disagreement that is not healthy. And the guys that get all pissed off and threaten to sue people, and like, those are the people that I definitely want to avoid. But people that are willing to engage with me, answer questions, have a debate with me about whatever it is that they're pushing, great. And here's the thing, and I got to say this, like, how do we say this delicately? I'm going to be coming out with some products like this Mind Hack product, and I believe that it's got value, and I believe that it works, and I believe that it has a genuine ability to transform people into a better version of themselves. I'm going to have to tread very carefully, and I'm going to basically pull the individual results may vary disclaimer, because I can't make guarantees that this is going to change your life. Do I think it will if you follow the course and really try to change yourself, especially if you're ready for a big change in your life? Yeah, I think it has tremendous value, this Mind Hack system that I've been developing. But after this thing comes out, I'm going to have to face criticism. I'm going to have to defend why I believe it works. I'm going to have to talk to people that don't believe it works, because if I don't, then I would be a hypocrite. So we've all got our beliefs. We've all got things that we're developing, or especially if you're trying to sell something, I'm going to have to answer to critics as well. So I guess lately, because of my own products about to be emerging, maybe I've softened my tone about being so critical of other people and what they're selling, because yeah, everybody's trying to make a living. I mean, as long as people are being as honest as possible and not just out there straight selling fairy tales, let the buyer beware. And I think that the consumer will decide if that product you're selling has value or not. Apparently, many people have decided that Cliff High's webbot and his reports have value for them, so they pay him a monthly fee or whatever it is, and he makes money from this webbot and its predictions. For me personally, do I think there's value in what he's selling? I don't know. I don't really think so, but that's my own personal opinion. If others find value in it, then who am I to criticize it? And by the same token, with these fake psychics, I guess, I'm sort of 50-50. Half of me is like, you're ripping people off, but the other half of me sees all these people that think, oh, this psychic is wonderful and they changed my life. And okay, well, then I guess you got your money's worth, and I shouldn't bitch about what they're selling. I don't know. I'm on the fence about a lot of this stuff, and we will continue to look. This is being human. We evolve our perspectives. We change our minds. I'm sure when I was younger, I was a much more aggressive, this person is a fraud, this person is a fraud. And now I'm kind of trying to have more of an open mind, or I'm trying to at least be more open-minded and not go so quickly to, scorched earth, and like, I don't know, don't really want to put out negative things about anybody unless I feel like I'm justified in doing that and that I have to. Karen Rocha, you have a great laugh. Thank you. I appreciate that. Stephen Cambion on Instagram, Renegade Magician. Yeah, I haven't, listen, I just got a new phone. I haven't put a picture on Instagram in literally years, so I should take that link down, or I should start using Instagram before giving that out, because it's just old crap on there really right now, but I'll work on that. Okay. Wilcock has been avoiding making vids he promised, stealing or pulling money of his disappearing act, or is it the Emery Smith debacle recently? I think that has something to do with it. And interestingly, Don Craceface, his website was down for a few days. Well, no, the blog on his website and his main page were blank for many days after our report proving that his Emery Smith fundraising blog post was completely and totally filled with lies. It's back as of today, last I checked. So I don't know what's going on. And yeah, he's been saying that he's getting equipment shipped to him wherever he is, and he's going to go live. He's just got to work out the technical details. And I just want to say, like, hey, idiot, David Wilcock, you've got an iPhone, right? He's a big Mac and Apple guy. I'm sure he's got the latest and greatest iPhone. The cameras on that iPhone are better than most webcams. You can turn it around, push go live, and go live. What is all this hemming and hawing and like, oh, I got to get this set up and that and this equipment's not working? It's very simple today's time to make a live video. And if you really wanted to get information out or go live, you can use your iPhone and not be, I don't know if he's just trying to overcomplicate things. I think that he's sort of like has issues, like he has like some kind of psychological issues where he has to, it's the same reason he has to write, you know, a 50-page blog post. He can't do anything simply because he's afraid that the audience will see through his bullshittery, I guess. So when he does do a live show, he's got to have, you know, all of the bells and whistles and 6 cameras and, you know, $2,000 microphones. Look at his 501c3 and how much he spent on equipment. He spent like $10,000. That's off the top of my head. So he spent thousands of dollars on equipment that other people paid for. People gave him donations. He's buying all this equipment. You know, and listen, I'm literally doing this show on a total budget of like $100-something. So I think I don't understand why he needs all this expensive equipment. But friends, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark, which means it's definitely time for us to wrap things up here. If we go over the 2, yeah, I'm sure Wilcock will say that the cabal took his website down. That's what happened. He got attacked by the men in black. Dennis Koch, his pages are regularly hacked. I don't pay too much attention to him, but it's fun to see the social media battles. No, he claims his websites are hacked a lot. I don't believe it. Just like I don't believe that 6 million people read one of his blog posts. According to him, go read the blog. He's got hits, 5.7 million. I'm sorry, David Wilcock, you're a liar. 6 million people are not showing up to read your blog. Never. No, those are fake numbers, totally fake numbers. So friends, tonight starts this new series, My Favorite Fake Psychics. And we are going to continue in this series and see where it takes us. There may be more surprises and turns in this series of stories. I've grown up looking into these psychics, never found a genuine one yet, but some of them have become my favorites, either because they were just so incredibly talented at being a fake psychic or because they were so bad at it. But regardless, I have a list of some of my most favorite fake psychics that I have investigated over the years, and we're going to be unpacking them all. Greetings and salutations. Friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we are going to be continuing in our new series called My Favorite Fake Psychics. I don't know what it is about psychics that fascinated me from a very young age, but they did. I would ask the priests about these psychics because we even had some in our neighborhood. One I mentioned, Miss Olga Ray. She had that flashy neon sign, Miss Olga Ray, Fortunes Told. And as a child, I worked for her for a short time, putting leaflets out in the neighborhood to get her business. The priests told me that psychic powers came from the devil, and they were not of God. I'm not sure if that's correct, but that's how I was raised, and that belief permeates through most of the Abrahamic religions. To the best of my knowledge, I'm sure in Christianity, psychic adventures, let's say, talking to psychics, trying to foretell the future, necromancy, talking to the dead, scrying, these things are all considered from the devil or evil. That's how I was taught. That's how I was raised. So strange that as a child I would sign up to work for one of those people, but I was fascinated and I was curious. I wanted to see if she was real. And was she real? Absolutely not. And the worst of the victimization that I saw from this fake psychic, Olga Ray, came in the form of necromancy, being a medium. How many of us have had a family member or a close friend die, and we had unresolved issues with that person? These are the victims that these fake fraud psychic mediums love. People that need to have closure. People that have, didn't get to say whatever it is they needed to say to that loved one who's now passed on. Mediums are the worst vultures out of all of the fake people, frauds that I have encountered. Fake psychics are bad enough, but a fake medium offering to connect you with your departed loved ones. Yes, they talk to the dead. Or do they? I have a huge problem with people taking money for the practice of being a medium and talking to people's dead relatives. The analogy that I always use is, if I were to agree to cut your grass and then I just pretended to cut your grass and kept your money, wouldn't that be a crime? Likewise, taking someone's money and pretending to talk to their dead relatives, that should be a crime. And unfortunately, our legal system is quite flawed in this area. And this is what allows some of these con artists to thrive. Tonight's subject is on one of my favorites, Sylvia Browne. Sylvia Browne first came out as, I suppose, a psychic in the early 1970s. So she was around for quite a while, but she did not reach prominent fame until she hooked up with Montel Williams, Larry King, and a few other well-known media personalities who would help put her in a national spotlight. So she started to give readings in 1974. As of 2008, however, once her star had risen to being a nationally recognized psychic, she would charge $750 for a 20 to 30-minute telephone session. Somewhere in the 80s, she launched her own Gnostic church. It's Gnostic and Christian, and that was founded in California. She had Sylvia Browne Corporation and Sylvia Browne Enterprises. Browne's business manager once said in 2010 that her businesses earned $3 million a year. She was quite a successful fake psychic, fake medium. Her claims, she has many fantastical claims, from talking to angels to her powers being from God to claiming that she has solved all of these murder cases, that she didn't provide any useful information to the detectives that actually were running those cases. And this has been studied. Her claim to be 85 to 95% effective is, or accurate, I should say, not effective. She claimed to have been 85 to 95% accurate in all of her predictions. She was far off of that mark, way far off of that mark. No better than anyone just guessing. She's had many false predictions. I have a list of some of them here. In 2002, Browne informed the parents of 11-year-old Sean Hornbeck, who had disappeared earlier that year, that he had been kidnapped by a dark-skinned Hispanic man with dreadlocks, and he was now deceased. Hornbeck was found alive in 2007. That's terrible. So she tells the parents of a missing child that the child was dead, kidnapped by, whoever, and was dead. She also, the next case that she did something like that with became very famous, and that was the kidnapping victim, Amanda Berry. She had disappeared sometime before November 2004, and Sylvia Browne famously said, "She's not alive, honey." Browne also claimed that Berry was in water and that she had a vision of Berry's jacket in the garbage with DNA on it. Berry's mother died 2 years later, believing her daughter had been killed. But Berry was found alive in May 2013. In a strange twist of fate, that girl was missing for 10 years. She was being held captive by the person that abducted her. She was not dead. So there's been some spectacular failures. One of her last spectacular failed predictions was on Larry King, and she was on Larry King in 2003. She said that she would die at the age of 88, but she actually died at the age of 77. So I have followed her for some time, and here's what I could say about Miss Browne. She was a tremendous business person. Everything with her was all about the Benjamins. Everything. From starting a church so she didn't have to pay taxes. Does that sound familiar to anybody? She starts her own church because then she's tax exempt and she can take $750 for a 20-minute telephone psychic session and not even pay taxes on it. That's free and clear. She also made a great deal of money selling all manner of things. She was very, like I said, business focused. She had books. She had, these readings. She started her own sort of psychic network where if you couldn't afford her for the $750, she had some psychic friends that she could hook you up with for significantly less money. How good these psychics were, I don't know, but it seems to me to be pretty suspect. So I thought for the presentation tonight, I'm just going to play just a few videos. This is going to be a short one because there's not much to say about this woman except that she defrauded people to the tune of millions of dollars, pretending to talk to their dead relatives, pretending to, she really did pretend. She liked to have this sort of false statements around her, like that she had helped police solve murder cases and all of these things. But when you actually look into the claims, they fall apart completely. I mean, completely fall apart. One second, I have this. So in 2000, Skeptical Inquirer published a detailed, in 2010, Skeptical Inquirer published a detailed 3-year study by Ryan Shafter and Agatha Jackowicz that examined Browne's predictions about missing persons and murder cases. And despite her repeated claims to be more than 85% correct, the study revealed that Browne was not even mostly correct in a single case. The study compared Browne's televised statements about 115 cases with newspaper reports and found that in the 25 cases where there was actual outcome was known, she was completely wrong in every one of those cases. Among those where the outcome was unknown, her predictions could not be substantiated. The study concluded that the media outlets that repeatedly promoted Browne's work had no viable concern about whether she was untrustworthy or harmed people. And there's a bunch of predictions. She was involved with a Sargo mine disaster in 2006. Browne was a guest on the radio program Coast to Coast with George Norrie. At the start of the broadcast, it was believed that 12 of the 13 miners trapped by the disaster had been found alive. And when Norrie asked Browne if they reported lack of noise from inside the mine might have led her to think that the men had died, she replied, "No, I knew they were going to be found." Later in the program, it was discovered that the earlier news reports had been in error. Browne said, "I don't think that there's anybody alive, maybe one. I just don't think they are alive." So this is the quality of her psychic predictions. She's just wrong constantly, left and right. Somehow people are still throwing money at her for her services. I remember seeing a John Oliver segment, and John Oliver criticized the media for promoting Browne and other psychics, enabling them to prey on grieving families. For those that don't know, John Oliver has done some amazing stuff on televangelists. Like he signed up for a televangelist mailing list and then just kept playing along. Peter Popoff, it was glorious. Look that up. You'll enjoy it. Oliver said, when psychic abilities are presented as authentic, it emboldens a vast underworld of unscrupulous vultures more than happy to make money on offering an open line to the afterlife, as well as many other bullshit services. And of course, I have to mention James Randi again, who we talked about last night. He was one of her most vocal critics. She famously accepted the challenge to go and do James Randi's $1 million paranormal challenge to demonstrate her supernatural abilities in a controlled and scientific test. But in April, Browne had not contacted Randi to make the arrangements. In May, on another appearance on King's Show, Browne said she had not taken the test because Randi refused to place the prize money in escrow. Randi responded by mailing a notarized copy of the prize account status showing a balance of excess of over $1 million. Browne still refused to accept in the letter. In late 2003, despite challenge rules, the money could not be placed in escrow. Randi announced that he was willing to do so for Browne. She did not accept or acknowledge this offer, so she ducked him. She kind of got set up on Larry King because Larry King apparently knew and was friendly with James Randi. James Randi calls up Larry King and says, "Hey, if you're going to promote her as a real psychic, she's got to take my $1 million challenge." And she weaseled out of it on 3 or 4 different occasions, made excuses. She was never able to prove her psychic powers under scientific scrutiny. And if she did, she would have got $1 million. I don't know why anybody never claimed James Randi's $1 million challenge if their powers are real, unless all these people's superpowers are just bullshit. So where we are is I wanted to play a clip from a Larry King show. We're going to cite fair use on this. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about fake psychic Sylvia Browne. And we're going to be discussing this clip. Let's see if we can't find that here for you guys. Here she's talking about that she gets her power from God.
Well, that's it.
I got connections, right?
You got connections.
And what do these angels do?
The angels are really protectorates. You know, there's so many things that people say, oh, well, what the hell do they do? But, you know, I think there's so many things that you're saved from that you don't realize that you were saved from. You know, it's like a near-miss accident, a near-miss fall. They protect you.
So the angels are there, and who sends them? God
sends them. They're from God. They're directly from God.
How?
It's important to note that in all of my experience with every fake psychic, or most of them that I've encountered, from a boardwalk tarot card reader and psychic to, you know, somebody with a little storefront, any of these psychic, you know, the people that are taking bucks for their services, they all seem to push Jesus and make sure that people, it's almost like a counter to that argument. According to the Catholic and Christian faith, I believe it's a sin to go to one of these people. So this Miss Olga Ray that I worked for as a child, and many others, they sort of surround themselves with Jesus and statues of the Blessed Mary. It's almost like a convincer, so that people that are told by their priest or their minister not to go to these people, they have sort of a counter argument, like, oh no, all our powers come from God. It's the angels that I talk to that help me with these readings and this and that. And Sylvia Browne is no different. In fact, she formed her own church, her own Gnostic Christian church, which she was the head of, besides being the head medium and psychic. She was, I guess, the head priest of this church that she founded, her own religion. She founded her own religion so she wouldn't have to pay taxes. Does this sound familiar to anybody else?
What do you think happens? I mean, you communicate with dead people, right?
Yeah, I do. Sure, I do.
You okay?
Yeah. Well, my ear thing is goofy, but that's all right.
We'll fix it. You communicate with dead people.
Yes.
You do psychic readings.
Yes.
You work with the police on murders investigations.
Yes, and I'm on Learning Annex tour.
You toured Learning Annexes all over.
Right.
What is this gift, and why do you have it and he don't?
I don't know. I guess I was going to say unlucky.
You don't like it, do you?
Oh, I do. And most of the time when I help people, I do, Larry. But see, I do come from 300 years. I mean, this is absolutely valid. 300 years of psychics. Everybody in my family from my mother's side was a working psychic.
So if we could speculate, if she's telling the truth that she's got 300 years of her family being working psychics, I would have to believe that there's a lot of tricks up her sleeve from those methodologies being passed down for 300 years. And I just don't see it with her. Do I believe that she's got 300 years worth of psychics in her family? No. This is just another bullshit claim that she can shoot out of her mouth, and nobody can really verify if that's a factual statement or not. But it adds to her myth. She's creating the myth of herself. And she's been very skillful at this, in even getting media outlets to pump her as somebody that helps helps the police solve murder investigations. She never helped the police solve one murder investigation or missing persons case. She never provided any useful information. These are just claims that she shoots out of her mouth, and people repeat them. And somehow the myth of this woman being in touch with God and the angels, and that she can talk to your dead relatives, she talks to the dead, this myth gets created, and people throw money at that myth.
But what is this ESP? Is this what is psychic?
I don't know what it
What to
is.
you is
I believe that it comes from God. I think I'm nothing more than a tool by which energy or this thought processes come in. The same as I could never be if I said to you, Larry, why are you such a good interviewer? You'd say, I just am because I am, wouldn't you? See, if you say to me, Sylvia, how come you are? I'd say, I am because I am.
Why don't psychics all get very rich just on daily doubles at Belmont?
Because we can never do anything for ourselves, Larry.
Well, why not?
I don't know. It's like a
rule
surgeon.
book of psychics?
No, it's no.
And here is just a great question, I have to say, from Larry King. Why don't psychics get rich on the daily double? It's like that old saying, there's a reason that psychics don't win the lottery, and there's a reason that faith healers don't work in hospitals. She's providing a very convenient excuse, and I've heard this excuse from several other psychics who say, oh, I'm not allowed to use my powers for personal gain. If I did, they won't work. I'm only allowed to use my superpowers to help other people for $7.50 for a 20-minute session. Yeah, okay.
Did you ever hear of a surgeon operating on themselves?
No, but if I were a psychic,
yeah,
I'd go for the daily double at Belmont.
Well, yeah, you would, but you probably wouldn't win. It's never been for us. It's never been for us.
You can't read yourself?
No. If that was the case, I wouldn't have had a bad marriage. I wouldn't have had, things happen in my life.
By the way, she was married 4 times. Not that means she's a bad person, but if she's so psychic, wouldn't she have some intuition that she's marrying a guy and it's not going to end well?
I have the same problems that everybody else does.
What do you believe happens when you die?
You go through the tunnel and you go to the other side, and it's a beautiful place with actual buildings and art museums.
And where is it?
It's right here. It's right on top of us. We just can't see it. See, Larry, we're ghosts in their world. We're not the real world. It's like Plato said, we're nothing but the shadows on the wall of a cave.
Okay, friends. One second. That was an odd thing to happen. So, yeah, this is her on Larry King building her myth and defending why she can't win the lottery. Okay. One other really important note about her is that she had a really bad criminal background. In the 1980s, she was investigated by the FBI and local authorities over bank loans that caused sustained losses to banks. So in other words, she would take these big bank loans and not pay any of the bank loans back. And eventually it was enough that it was pretty clear that this was an intentional criminal act. This was not getting a loan you couldn't pay back. And in 1992, her and one of her husbands were indicted on several charges of investment fraud and grand theft. Why do these fake psychic guru people all love fake investment schemes? Does this seem familiar to anybody else? Invest in my, film company, right? And I don't know. I see this time and time again. They all love Sean Morton. He's another one. He got caught in a phony investment fraud scam. Invest in my company and we're going to manage, I'm not even sure the details of his, but his was another investment fraud thing. And he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from people claiming to be a fake psychic. And, part of that guy's fake psychic shtick was that he could pick stocks and things. It's crazy that these people are allowed to run around doing this stuff. They were also found guilty. Her and her husband were found guilty of selling securities in a gold mining venture under false pretenses. So she's literally selling people shares in a gold mine. God damn, listen, and I feel bad for anybody that was victimized by her. I feel bad for, but really, you're going to buy a stake in a gold mine and you're not going to check into the legitimacy of that before you hand over money to some clown like this? But this is the things that happen out there in the world. So she pleaded no contest to securities fraud and was indicted on grand larceny in Santa Clara. Yeah, that was in 1996. She was sentenced to 200 hours of community service and a year of probation. So she got off pretty easy, no jail time. She stole a lot of money from people and got no jail time. We mentioned that she was married 4 times. And here's a funny, I just found this funny. In March of 2011, the Society of Novus Spiritus, the Gnostic Christian church founded by Browne, announced that she had suffered a heart attack on March 21st in Hawaii, and they were requesting donations on her behalf. So even as she's suffering a heart attack, her organization is reaching out, trying to siphon money from her believers. So she died November 20th, 2013, at the age of 77. And that was in California where she died. Yeah, I got one more clip that I wanted to play, and this is over the outrage. There was, when people found out that she had told this mother that their child was dead, there was absolute outrage about it. And her answer to her critics about what happened was equally strange. She basically said, oh, I'm glad I was wrong. I'm glad I was wrong and that person's not dead, and only God's right all the time, or something. It's crazy, but there was a huge outroar, backlash against her. I remember it being pretty bad on social media. People were, making fun of her and posting memes about her. So let's share this story. This is from CNN. We're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work, and we are educating the public on this fake fraud psychic, Sylvia Browne. We're going to be discussing this clip directly after viewing it with my friends here in the live chat. So one second, share audio. There we go. Let's see if we can make this work. Oh, 1 second, friends. Okay, I shared the wrong one. Let's try this again. Live show, friends. That's okay. There we go. Now we got it. And I'm going to cite fair use. We're going to be discussing this clip, and directly after viewing it. This is a pretty short clip, but I may be stopping it along the way for commentary and discussion.
Thing to be a psychic predicting love or the lack thereof.
Can you tell me where my love life's going?
Nowhere. But there's nothing funny when it comes to predicting life or death.
She's gone, honey. Do you know where she's at? In the house or under the house?
In that case, psychic Sylvia Browne was right. But now she's under attack.
What a horrible human being.
For being wrong about this girl.
Help me, I'm Amanda Berry.
Almost 9 years ago, Amanda Berry's mom went on the Montel Williams show where resident psychic Sylvia Browne spoke of Amanda.
Don't think I'll ever see her again.
Yeah, in heaven on the other side.
The WMMS morning show in Cleveland reenacted the transcript.
Yeah, so this was the case that we discussed earlier. This is one of 2 cases, though, where she told some poor grieving parents of a kidnapped child that their child was dead. To me, that is a pretty low goddamn thing to do. That is just deplorable kind of thing to do to somebody that's already in such tremendous agony, to just be guessing and making shit up. I understand the backlash.
The host read the part of the psychic.
I hate this when they're in water. She's not alive, honey.
Not alive? Then who's this?
I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now.
Amanda's mom is the one no longer alive. She came home from the psychic's reading, telling the Cleveland Plain dealer she was devastated. She died a little more than a year later after being hospitalized with pancreatitis. Now...
Yeah, so thanks to this idiot fake psychic, this poor mother died believing that her child was dead when she wasn't. Just This is just crazy.
Well, Sylvia Browne is getting ripped on social media. Browne is a grief vampire, nothing short of evil. You didn't have to be a psychic to predict what Sylvia Browne would say about her mistake. I have been more right than wrong.
Yeah, I have been more right than wrong. No, that's just another claim of hers. If you look at her predictions, she fails miserably most of the time. She does no better than any person would just guessing at shit. That is mathematically provable. I can guess a bunch of predictions and we'll see how good I do. I could do better than her. And I'm not claiming supernatural powers. I don't know. And another part of this, if ever there was a time to be grateful and relieved for being mistaken, this is that time. Yeah, right.
If ever there was a time to be grateful and relieved for being mistaken, this is that time. Only God is right all the time. My heart goes out to Amanda Berry. There was one part of Sylvia Browne's prediction that her supporters say turned out to be accurate. The radio host read the psychic's words describing the man who took Amanda.
Is this sort of Cuban looking, short, kind of stocky build, heavy set?
Turns out the suspect is Latino with the last name Castro.
Well, so she got a hit. Or she knew that there was a lot of that ethnic group in that area where the child went missing, and it's a good educated guess, not a psychic hit. But, we could give her that.
One commenter posted, "Psychic wins lottery again. The headline you will never see anywhere. Instead, we saw this headline, and even we could predict what that could do to a mother's head." Jeannie Mo, CNN, New York.
Yeah. So, this is the story of Sylvia Browne. Not sure if there's anything else that we could really cover. She famously, though, James Randi and the Randi Foundation issued some really like a statement after her death saying how sad it was that it took death to stop Sylvia Browne from preying on any more victims. She's had a lifetime of taking victims for every dollar she could for her so-called psychic readings, for her so-called speaking to people's dead relatives. And again, the speaking to people's dead relatives, if people are in pain and grieving, you leave them alone. You don't hold your hand out and offer a fake service, right? This is why I have a real problem with mediums especially. I mean, psychics are one thing, tarot card reading, that's one thing. To me, yeah. But when you get into, I'm going to help resolve those, I'm going to connect with your dead father and help you resolve those issues. That's essentially what mediums are doing for people, or pretending to do to people. I haven't found one genuine medium ever. Never. Never, ever. And I suspect I never will, because I believe that there is a barrier, right, between the world of the living and the world of the dead. And it takes more than a human, a lowly human, to break through that barrier and communicate with between the barrier. And I believe that barrier is in place. The barrier is there for a reason. We have the time that we are given with those that we care about. After that time has passed, there can be no interaction. There can be no resolutions. There can be no resolving past differences. But these mediums prey on people who did not do those things while their loved ones were alive. Sometimes mediums just prey on people that don't have unresolved issues with their deceased loved ones. They just are in terrible grief and missing them and long to have a few more moments with that deceased loved one. And what a sad world it is that these vultures, these parasites, these despicable people rush in when someone is in a state of grieving and grief in the blackest time of their lives. In rushes one of these people to take advantage of that grief, to take advantage of that sadness. These mediums should not be allowed to do this. But until there is some kind of change in our laws, they will. They will. So, friends, I'm going to turn my total attention now to the live chat. Give some shout outs. I see Vanessa Thor. Shout out to Vanessa Thor. I haven't seen you here in some time. Robin Eagle Song. PBR Street Gang is here. Out of Mind is here. Mario Heat is here. Spooky is here. Alan Fox. Shout out to Alan Fox. Horrible Hairy Toes. I don't know what's going on with the comments that you're leaving, bro. Like, I need like a Woo translation or what the hell. I don't know what you're writing. Jonacide is here. Shout out to Jonacide. And did I get everyone? I don't know. Deprogrammer is here. Welcome, Deprogrammer. Now Maz is here. Cy T Stone is here. Yeah, Cy T Stone. I'm well aware of him. I like him as well. Ryan Murphy Richards is here. Carrie So Very is here. Okay, friends. So if you have any comments or questions for me, please do put them in all capital letters. Makes it a little easy for me. I'm somewhat visually impaired. So I think we're going to continue this series on my favorite fake psychics. I've got, I don't know, 3 or 4 more, maybe 5, that I think it's important, and maybe as a public service, to tell some of the stories of these famous fake psychics. And I just wanted to also say that to the believers that will message me about this one or that one, or the unhappy people on the woo side, listen, I wish to God that psychics were real. I wish to God that people could that I could talk to my dead relatives through a medium. If psychic powers were real, it would show some sort of shift in human consciousness, right? It would have to, or some expansion of human consciousness and ability. And I would love to live in that world. But for my entire life, as I have looked for someone with genuine psychic abilities, I've batted 0, finding one that was genuine and whose abilities could be proven with scientific methods and evidence and, math. If somebody makes 10,000 predictions and 7 of them come true, that's what I mean when I say math. That's not a psychic. That's somebody guessing 10,000 times and getting 7 hits, and this is the game that some of these fakes play. Okay, we have some questions. My friend's mom went to Sylvia and thought she was great, but she made a prediction that didn't come true and then thought she was a fraud. Yeah, I can imagine that many people, after giving their money, that's a lot of money, $750 for a 20-minute session. Unless that's pretty accurate, you're going to be disappointed. Please think about John Edwards. He comes to my area often, and all the elderly fill the stadium. He's already on my list, Vanessa Thor, and I have a personal story about seeing a taping of his, and I will be able to shed quite some light on the so-called superpowers of John Edwards. He's definitely on my list. I went to a taping once, and I'm going to tell the story. I'm going to go to tell the story of how he tapes that show that he had crossing over. And it's going to be pretty revealing because if you attend a taping and then compare it to what he broadcasts, it's a pretty amazing difference for sure. And we're going to explore that. I lost a friend last night. I would like to talk to him again, if just to say goodbye. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Genocide. That sucks. I missed your comments area. I'm getting a little... Vanessa Thor says, I get approached. She'd mentioned this before. I get approached by psychics in public at least twice a year, always with a message from a past relative. Is the message accurate, or do you believe that's really coming from a dead relative, or are these people just nuts? Oh, and last night there was a question about this aurora that's been a frequent guest on Jean-Claude's Beyond Mystic show. Shout out to Jean-Claude Beyond Mystic, and shout out to this aurora psychic. I don't even know if you would call her a psychic. She's a walk-in, which is a term new to me, and I had to look into that. And somebody asked me what I thought of her, and I was lost trying to follow what they were even talking about on the later shows. So I went back to her first appearance, where she sort of explains her superpowers, I guess. And yeah, I don't know if I want to go down this rabbit hole, because I really tried to listen intently and understand her, but after about 30 minutes I started zoning out, because majorly because her sort of origin story of how she came to be here and I guess got her superpowers is exactly a comic book story, which is Halo from Batman and the Outsiders. This girl Aurora claims that the body or the soul of the previous occupant of the body died. And then she claims that that body had brain damage and things. And I am still unclear. She's from outside our dimension, outside our time, outside our reality. And she noticed these malevolent aliens messing with that body, and they were going to take it over. And she stepped in. And then she had to repair the brain damage of the body. And what do I do with all of this? I mean, that's just the first 20 minutes of her talking about her. And then Jean-Claude was nice enough to sort of say, hey, well, she gave me this 11-hour course over like 11 hours of her talking about all this. I don't know where it goes, but 11 hours. Wow, man, I'd like to sit through the 11 hours, but I sat through 30 minutes and I just kind of turned off and made a determination in the first 20 minutes of hearing her speak that I don't know. I can't decide. Do I want to go? It's like another rabbit hole of woo-woo crazy nonsense. And she's got the word salad down great, like quantum entanglement and temporal war. There's a time war going on, and we're all part of it. And I don't know. If people really want me to look into this Aurora girl, and we'll do some commentary and discussion, then I will. But seems like a nice lady, but I think that she's got mental problems. And I think that the source of her superpowers are her mental problems. And this is now probably the third or fourth person that I've found claiming to have superpowers in the past few months that I think the source of their superpowers is mental illness. And that's not I don't say this like to be condescending or judgmental. I say this because I believe it, that some of these people that are claiming that they have these psychic powers or superpowers, or they were a walk-in, they're not of this earth, or they came from another dimension. I don't know. I remember when I was listening to her talk, though, she's very well spoken. Is one of the things I thought was that there's a fine line between genius and insanity, and some of the stuff that she, I guess, makes some kind of sense, but the rapper is pretty crazy. It's like, even if the information inside is good, if I get through the crazy rapper, how do I get through the crazy rapper to the good information inside? It's just a bunch of crazy shit. And as open-minded as I try to be listening to her for 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes, I might have made it to a half hour. I just don't see any value in anything that she's talking about. And again, I don't want to be judgmental, but I don't know, maybe I missed the good stuff or didn't get to it yet because I was busy listening to her telling this story about being a superhero that was in DC Comics when I was a kid. And it was the story of, so she's Aurora, and there's a DC Comics character named Halo that has the exact same origin story, more or less, that this girl has. Aurora, Halo. Aurora, Halo. Look up Halo. Do a Google image search. It's a light. This person died. Halo's story is that the body died and this interdimensional being of light took over the body and used it as a host. And so that's Halo's story, and Aurora's story is incredibly close. Like, I'm not saying that she lifted her superpower origin story off of a DC comic book character, but it's remarkably similar to her story. So that's where I'm at with her. For those that have asked, I'm sorry to go off on a tangent here. Okay, we're going to turn my attention back to the live chat. Sorry, I got lost in that. I've been trying to listen to this woman, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't know how much longer I will have. What did she just say? And I made these notes, and the notes were like, I have some notes, and the notes were like, she claims that the body had brain damage. Can we see the medical records proving the body had brain damage? And by the way, if you truly had brain damage, maybe you would be talking up some kind of crazy stories like this. If you truly had brain damage, I don't even know where to go with that. So, but just to wrap up this Sylvia Browne, I think that many of these people they all claim to have superpowers, And I think that a lot of this is psychological with some of these people. Maybe they felt invisible, right? Maybe they felt unappreciated, unimportant, not very special. It seems to be the running theme with many of these people that I encountered, that either they were abused or bullied or maybe minimized as a person in some way, didn't have a great deal of their own self-worth or feel good about themselves. So they sort of create this alternate world where there's somebody special or have superpowers. They're important. And we see this theme time and time again. We see it time and time again with these people. Greetings and salutations, my friends. We are live here from the cabin once again. I got here earlier tonight. I wanted to start a little earlier tonight, but we have we had all kinds of issues to get a microphone to work. And I think that we are ending up going with this Realtek microphone array, which I think is the laptop's built-in microphone. So if the sound is terrible tonight, my apologies. 2 USB microphones here. Neither of them would work. I don't know why at the moment. So technical issues aside, I want to give some shout outs. I see Horrible Hairy Toes. Andrew Vale is here. Jeanette Krasenko, Carol Utley, Out of Mind. And I think, who else did I see here? Oh, shout out to Paranormal Hajiggy. And Jonaside is here. I saw Kel Truth earlier. Kel Truth. And yeah, so tonight I thought we would continue our discussion of my favorite fake psychics. Tonight we're talking about James Van Praagh. James Van Praagh was another, just some of these guys are interesting characters, so people shouldn't blame me for having an interest in looking into them or learning more about them and how their cons work. James Van Praagh started out, the best thing that I could tell you about him is that he was a failed actor. He worked for a time at Paramount Studios. He hung around Hollywood. He was trying to be an actor for some time in his younger years. That never worked out for him. So he was a failed actor. A failed actor with a good education, by the way. He had a bachelor's degree in, I believe, communications and media. So he was a very educated failed actor when he fell into the role of a lifetime that he would play for the rest of his lifetime and has up until now. And that is the role of a lifetime for him. He found the role, the acting role of a lifetime, which is acting like a psychic and a medium that can talk to dead people. This is the role he fell into, and it has been incredibly profitable for him. He has written a whole bunch of books. This man is monetized, right? That's the word for it. He is a monetized machine. He sells books. He sells courses. He sells his private readings. He sort of also sells his guest appearances. A lot of people don't know, but when you go on like some television shows as a guest, you can request to be paid. And if the show wants you, they're going to pay the guest fee. He has been on a horde of different television shows, probably most notably the Oprah Winfrey Show. That, I'm sure, did not hurt his sales numbers of his books. So it's interesting to me that these fake psychics, fake mediums, always have a sort of media personality helping them and enabling them to sell their bullshit to the public. I guess the television people get ratings out of him, and he gets publicity out of them for his projects. So he's been on Larry King. He really started his television career and getting most of his publicity from a show called, I think it was called The Other Side, which he was a frequent guest on and eventual like main guy on that show, which was about mediums and talking to, dead people. But I thought I'd share a few things that would really explain a little more about this gentleman. One person, and I want to play this one specifically. This is from CBS News. One person went to James Van Praagh for a reading shortly after their father died, and he was with CBS News. And he was skeptical but hopeful that he would have a good experience. But in this video, I think we get a backstage look into what may be some of Mr. Van Praagh's methods that he uses to convince people that he's a psychic or to convince people that he's talking to their dead relatives. This is what I call pre-show work. In other words, if you're a psychic and you know that you have to give a reading to this gentleman that's a reporter on CBS, then you look him up. You find out everything you can about him. You pick out some obscure things that he would have forgotten you could find out about him on Google, and you throw those out there. This, my friends, is called pre-show work, and it is a method used by almost all of these fake psychics if they're ever put in a position where they know in advance who they will be doing the reading for. It used to be a lot harder for them to do this back in the day, but think about all of the information that's available to you, available about you on the internet. If I was to look up you, anyone here in the live chat, couldn't I find out some information that you sort of forgot you posted or forgot was out there in the universe, right? Then it would seem like, how could he know that? Well, he looked it up. He Googled you. Pre-show work is very common. And almost all of them that I have encountered do them if they're smart enough to. Some of them get arrogant to the point that they think they don't need to do the hot reading or need to do the pre-show work. They can just cold read so good that they're going to convince the guy that way. But it is what it is. This is called pre-show work, as I was explaining. Let me see now. I'm trying to find the right tab. Okay. We're going to share this, and we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about fake psychics like James Van Praagh. And we'll be discussing this clip and stopping it along the way for commentary. And again, we're using this to educate the public, so this is fair use. This is from CBS News. Okay. And the video is titled, Can Psychics Really Talk to the Dead? And this is from a CBS News piece.
His name is James Van Praagh, and he sits atop the marquee of mediums. He's been oft-profiled in print and on TV, and has written 4 bestsellers about his work, including his newest one, Growing Up in Heaven. Van Praagh claims that he's been psychic since he was a young boy.
I remember when I was a young kid, I used to see spirits all the time. I used to see lights around people and colors around people. And I knew as a child, I used to see these things. And to me, I thought everybody could see them.
Were we all born with a gift?
We're all born with intuition. Every single person has intuition.
So could we all learn to use it the way you use it?
There's some people that are born with more sensitivity. Everybody's born with the ability to play the piano, but not everybody's a concert pianist.
And James Van Praagh would later go on to sell courses and books on how you can develop your psychic powers. So interesting that he would sort of say here that some people are born with more than others when he's selling a course on how you can become psychic. I don't know.
Ready?
Van Praagh then demonstrated his virtuoso skills.
Divine Heavenly Parent, we ask your blessing upon this meeting today. Dear spirit friends, please draw near to me. Give us glimpses of eternity.
He began by reaching back into my childhood.
And when you're younger, I get a lot of anger. So as I look to you and think a little boy, I want to make sure that there's a sense of being wanted.
That's a generalization. This is another tactic that all these fake psychics use. They throw out generalized statements. Well, I see you as a young boy, and there was a lot of anger. Who was not angry as a young person? You know?
And would you know Susan?
Yes.
Was Susan your mother?
Yes.
How interesting. You're part of 2 families, you're saying to me. That makes sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. Are you adopted?
Yes. I'd been expecting that, but I wasn't prepared for what happened next.
This man is coming close to me, so I'm asking him as I'm talking to you. I'm sending thoughts to him, and he's coming in very strong.
Was he talking about my father, or was it someone else?
Who is? You know the name of L.E.? Leonard or Leon, or Leo, Leo something?
Yes.
Leo. This is this man standing next to me.
Leo was the name of my adoptive mother's longtime companion, whom I loved as a stepfather for almost 25 years. Leo died suddenly in 2009.
I feel very much like he's a part of you as far as influencing you. I feel very much like that. It makes sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Can I just tell you that he holds you in like, and you're a big boy, but he's holding you like a baby. And I see it more as symbolic because I see more like nurturing you.
Hearing of and thinking about Leo in that moment was a moving experience for me. Though for a number of reasons.
You can imagine that many people, when they think they're communicating with a dead relative, they're going to get emotional. They're going to be experiencing all the memories of that person. They're going to be reliving things that they said to that person, things that happened with that person throughout their lifetime. It's going to be emotional. And these people are selling that moment. They're selling that moment to grieving people.
I was still unconvinced and had to ask. You knew who was coming here. Did you
No.
Google me at all?
I'm sorry to say, I honestly, I didn't know who you were.
It wasn't the only question I'd ask or be left with that day. What exactly are you seeing?
It's very, very fast. I see the faces, but I see it very quickly, like a flash. I say, well, they're in a different dimension.
So where are they? I was going to...
I know you're going to ask me that. I'm psychic. So where are they? It's a good question. Where are they? Well, it's interdimensional. So we are living in a multi-dimensional environment.
And this is a pretty common explanation for where the dead go. They go to another dimension, but that dimension is right here with us. We just can't access it. We can't see it. We're the land of the living and the land of the dead are the exact same place, just in different frequencies. And yeah.
To get a sense of what was possible, we took Von Praagh for a walk on the beach near his home, where he proceeded to approach total strangers.
Your father and him need to come together. Yeah, I don't know why. Are they not? They're separated too, yes?
Yeah.
Is there somebody you'd like to speak to that's passed on?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I would love to speak to my mother.
Within minutes, Von Praagh said he was seeing both of this woman's deceased parents.
Someone could not get to them before they passed over. Couldn't get to the mother before she passed over, is that right?
My mother was in Iran.
And you couldn't get back there in time.
That is correct.
And you've held on to this for a while. And I want you to release it. Understand? You got to release that. Because I feel your mother's very, very happy with you. And that doesn't matter to her? God bless.
God bless.
Okay, thank you.
And it all seemed so impressive, but I couldn't help but notice many of these folks seem to be unknowingly participating in what's called a cold reading, simply helping a medium along as they probe for information.
Is there an attorney in the family?
Yes.
Yeah, who is this?
My nephew.
Okay, I like him. Your father is looking over him?
It was as if they wanted to believe and wanted him to succeed, and that he was dependent upon their assistance.
Yeah, faith and belief, I think, has a lot to do with this. So people that believe that these people can really talk to their dead relatives are just going to believe it. If the guy's not very accurate or things don't seem exactly right, a lot of people, too, they feel pressure. Remember, these people are being observed. They're even being filmed. They're not going to object too much to much of what this person is saying.
Yeah, we will. Anybody named William, you know?
Well, yes.
Yes, who's that?
His brother.
His brother? Yes, he's still living,
Yes.
is he then?
Yes.
Something else curious transpired at one of Von Praagh's spirit circles.
How are you? Good to see you.
Group readings where attendees pay $100 each to speak to the dead.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
And if you've not had the benefit of being to one of these events, your $100 just gets you in the door. It doesn't guarantee that he's going to talk to your dead relatives. There's, sometimes 100, 200 people in the room. You do the math of what this guy's making. I don't know what it costs to rent a small room in a hotel, but, a small sort of banquet room, which is what he kind of does is goes and rents these places, $100 a pop. And you too can maybe talk to the dead if you're lucky enough that he picks you out of the hundreds of people in the audience.
Just close your eyes. There you go.
Von Praagh often posed general questions.
How many people had dreams of their loved ones?
that were likely to resonate with at least one person in a large group.
Does someone have a scar on the foot?
I do.
Thank you. Because your daddy is telling me there's a scar on your foot.
Yeah.
Did you catch that, Nightline?
We sure did. We also noticed that von Praagh has also been a target of numerous critics and investigative reports, including a 2020 segment which put his gift to the test, a test he didn't always seem to pass.
The 2020 appearance for him was likened to Uri Geller's Tonight Show appearance. This was a big primetime news. You know, it's 2020, huge ratings, and this is back in 1998. Failed miserably with the panel of people that 2020 had him do the readings for. I try to find the clip of the whole thing, and I can't find the clip of the 2020 sequence of him failing miserably. There's just a few moments of it in this clip, but we can get a sense of this person's total failure here.
Was he killed?
No.
Was this an accident of some sort?
I don't think it
so?
was, no.
Was he a shot at all of the gun?
No.
No. Every argument can be made. For instance,
Here's the excuses.
It's a lot easier for someone to stick to their old paradigm, with their old way of thinking. A lot easier than stepping outside that box and questioning, is there life after death?
Von Praagh suggested there's academic support for his gift.
I was once tested by a professor, Professor Gary Schwartz, and it was 93% accuracy, 94% accuracy of it.
So we tracked down Dr. Gary Schwartz, a former Yale tenured professor who now teaches at the University of Arizona.
This guy is something of a believer in all of this phenomenon. And even though he's a credentialed scientist, I don't think that his methods are very scientific. He's been involved in a lot of, let's just say, quack research.
I've been very impressed with James. He is as real and accurate on the average among the best of the mediums I've ever tested. You're going to sit in this chair.
Schwartz showed us the kind of work he does using a local medium and a subject of Nightline's choosing.
Share with us whatever you're experiencing right now.
I got a big, fluffy dog, walking around here.
The results were underwhelming.
And you're not the one that lost a dog recently?
No.
Did you recognize the dog?
No.
But the dog was really distracting, so he has to belong to somebody in here.
I was connected to the memory of the dog. So that dog may have
Oh,
been
it was the scientist. The dog was for him.
As for my own reading,
Leon or Leo, L-E-O something?
I'd known there was plenty of information regarding my past readily available with a cursory internet search, including an extensive interview I'd given to a website 2 years before, one that covered every talking point of the reading, from my dead relatives to my adoption, except, I thought, for Leo, until I looked again upon my return home, and there it was, a reference to his passing, able to be exploited along with all the rest. And when we asked him to read our producer on the spot.
Oh, this is great as well. I love it when they fail and they say, I'm feeling weak today. I'm not, the vibrations are not coming to me. It's funny.
That didn't go so well.
I'm tired.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be able to give you a clear quality thing.
So von Praagh failed to make a believer of me that day. But I doubt it'll bother him.
Do I care if you believe what I do? I could care less. Do I care if cynics believe it? I could care less.
After all, he's got plenty of those already.
Is it fair to call you a believer now?
I have to admit, it's the truth. I hope I can take this to my family and tell them I am blown away.
Yeah, so there's a little bit about Mr. Van Praagh. 1 second. Okay. So what else can I tell you about Mr. Van Praagh? Several people have done. There is another video. We're running a little long. I was going to play this other video, but this one's really long. But it's called Van Praagh Tested. You could look it up
on YouTube, and it's a gentleman that is familiar with cold reading, hot reading, and pre-show work, and he paid for a very expensive session. I think James Van Praagh sessions are $500 to get a Skype session where he talks to your dead relatives, and that's a 20-minute reading. So there have been people that actually paid him and then recorded it and posted it on YouTube, and that's pretty great proof of the guy is just guessing, literally just guessing through these readings. And a few people have bought the readings and then taken him to task on YouTube concerning it. I thought we could also hear, though, from Michael Shermer a little bit about the techniques involved. And Michael Shermer is a famous skeptic, of course. I think he founded that Skeptic Society or this, yeah. Anytime that there's some bullshittery around, sometimes you see Michael Shermer show up to show the skeptic side of things and the other side of the coin. So in this instance, Michael Shermer, in a video that I found, explains some of the methods that these fake psychics use, and I totally agree with Mr. Shermer on these on the methods that are being used here. Cold reading is the most common. They also use hot reading. Sometimes they do pre-show work or investigate the subject before the reading so that they will be preloaded with some information that they can pump out in an apparently psychic way. But we're going to cite fair use once again and share this. This is Michael Shermer debunks Mr. Van Praagh. Let's see if we can get this here. Okay, and this is a transformative work. We're educating the public. So we're going to cite fair use here as we are educating the public about fake psychic Mr. Van Praagh and the methods that these fake psychics use. We'll be discussing and critiquing the clip. This is fair use. And this is from A&E. My wife used to call this person that's narrating this piece the creepy voice guy. I think he was on A&E, and he was on like a bunch of different mystery shows as a narrator. He's got a very distinctive voice.
Can a medium like James Van Praagh receive and interpret messages from people who have died? Some scientists believe that the techniques used by Van Praagh have more to do with his background than any type of psychic ability.
In my opinion, James Van Praagh is an actor who was for a long time in search of a role to play. If you read his book, if you read the interviews with him, it's all there. He grew up in the theater. He worked for Paramount Studios. He hung around Hollywood types in hopes of finding work. He finally found work as an actor playing the role of a medium, and he's now very successful.
Psychologists like Michael Shermer contend that Van Praagh's so-called psychic ability is best understood in terms of the different types of readings that anyone could perform.
Yeah, so we mentioned the different kind of readings: cold readings, hot readings, and pre-show work.
Cold readings are where you literally read somebody cold. You've never seen them before. You haven't gotten information on them. And you just start throwing stuff out, lots and lots and lots of comments and questions. And the way that works is most of what you say are misses, but people will remember the hits and forget the misses. And the reason you get hits at all is through random chance.
A warm reading makes statements about people that are true for virtually everyone.
These are the generalized statements that I mentioned before. And I gave a reading to somebody in the live chat before, a cold reading, and they said I was like 95% accurate. And these are statements like, you're a kind person, you're generous with your friends and family, especially with those that are really in need. And another technique that these people use is that they always, psychics will always, if they're giving you a reading, will always assign positive traits to the subject. In other words, just like I just said, you're a very generous person, you're kind, even to people you don't know. Because who's going to say, no, I'm not kind to strangers. Fuck strangers, right? You're just not going to, when somebody is giving you traits that are positive, you're going to just agree with them. And that is another very common method. Assign positive traits to the subject. Make them feel good about themselves.
We almost all have pictures of our lost loved ones in the bedroom, next to the bed, on the hearth, over the fireplace, on the mantle where we keep these sorts of memories. So a warm reading would be to say something about that person that's true for everyone, and you're bound to get a hit, 80-90% certainty.
A hot reading is one where the medium actually digs into the client's past, retrieving seemingly otherworldly information from earthly sources.
I've had skeptics say to me that, or actually said on national television, that I actually have a computer system set up to everyone's house in the country, which I think is extraordinary. And I think I'd be the first one to tell people I had that, because I think that's incredible. I'll go around investigating people.
Information is more readily available than it's ever been in history, so it's easy to do. But in reality, I think most of the time, most psychics don't cheat like that. They don't have to. You can use these other techniques quite successfully.
Yeah, so even with the preponderance, with the proliferation, excuse me, of the internet, I think I probably agree with Michael Shermer in that most of the fake psychics that I've encountered were too arrogant to do the work that you need to do to really study a subject. They're more concerned with quick bucks, quick money, easy money. They don't want to do work, so they rely on these cold reading techniques and things like that.
Believers naturally reject such skeptical explanations and insist the skeptics are reacting to their own fear of the unknown.
Life after death makes the psychological and the medical community nervous because it's something we can't control, measure, touch, or see. And most scientists feel threatened. They feel like a loss of control when you put something underneath them that requires a little bit of belief, a little bit of faith, plus some science.
So how could one explain Van Praag's supposed discovery of the brother Peter Redgrove never knew, and the appearance of a nun who had abused him 30 years earlier?
I often hear stories about things that Van Praagh gets that are just seemingly impossible, that I can't possibly explain. But whenever I see tapes of the whole reading, I have never once seen something that he got that he couldn't have gotten from, that I couldn't have gotten from the conversation and the feedback, that I can't explain through normal means, not once. So that tells me when I hear these stories, you couldn't have possibly known that there's exaggeration on the part of the storyteller. And when they go to see Van Praagh, almost everybody suspends their disbelief. They suspend skepticism. They want the act to be real, and they are willing participants in that.
Yeah, and I would think that if you're paying the $100, you're probably a believer. I don't see many skeptics paying the $100 to go and laugh at this guy. Looks to me, from a cursory examination at least of what I've observed of this person, and his audiences are always willing participants. I've almost never seen anybody really challenge any of these mediums while they're getting a reading on any of the, television appearances I've seen him do. Nobody challenges him. They just, they sort of go along. And I think that believing brain and no discernment here, they want to believe that they can talk to their dead relatives. They paid the $100. They're invested in this being real.
And now with
Some psychologists tread the middle ground, believing Van Praag's messages from beyond the grave should be given just as much credence as the advice that any of us seek from friends and colleagues.
I think that it's not a bad idea to put that on your plate alongside what the university professors are saying and the Nobel Prize winner is saying and your local neighbor is saying. But don't get overly attached to the channeled entity any more than you're getting attached to your neighbor or the local professor.
Van Praagh agrees and offers this advice to those who are considering a session with a medium or a psychic.
Everyone has to question things, yes, but don't be closed-minded. Be open-minded. See that life continues on. There are no endings, only beginnings.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, Mr. Van Praagh, he doesn't care if you don't believe in his psychic abilities. 1 second. I hate that. I always stop sharing the screen and then some other video plays, and it's usually like a blaring loud commercial, so I apologize. So I looked into what Mr. Van Praagh has been up to lately, and lately he's trying to sell sort of online courses and online sessions. He's still at it. And in 2013, I thought this was interesting. Mr. Van Praagh sued his own sister, who is also decided she's a psychic too, because she stopped using her married name and started using her maiden name, which is her maiden name, the name that she was born with, James. But James Van Praagh apparently has trademarked his name and had a problem with his own sister using his name, which I guess is also her name, but she hadn't used that name in 30 or so years. Maybe she was trying to cheese off of his fame, and so she changed her name to Van Praagh like his, try to get more bookings, do more readings. I'm not really sure. And why? I don't know what kind of love and light guy that talks to dead people all day would sue his sister for using the same name as him, but okay. What I have one of his books, which I think is just a word salad mess of horse shit. And I only got halfway through it. I just couldn't read the whole thing because it's just love and light and rainbows, and our relatives are still here with us, and nobody, death is just a gateway to the next, it's just all of this woo-woo, happy horse shit, rainbows and sunshine, love and light nonsense. That's what his books are. Near as I can tell, that's one man's opinion, and other people are free to form their own opinion. I don't think that anything can be lost except for some time, I guess, for reading the guy's books, but I don't recommend them. I thought that he would talk about his superpowers more, and I could get some insight into that, but mostly it's the book that I have is just, it's a word salad bunch of nonsense for grieving people. So the guy is continually profiting from the grief and suffering of people. And that, I suppose, is probably the biggest problem that I have with mediums in general, is it's that they're profiting from these people's grief, and they're just pretending. And, I guess the only other profession where you can pretend like that and get paid is acting, or being a cosmic con man, right? Or a fake whistleblower, right? But that's acting too. Yeah. So very strange. This guy has continued to profit despite a number of critics really ripping him to shreds, including Michael Shermer and James Randi as well, who we mentioned had a problem with Uri Geller and Sylvia Browne. He also went after James Van Praagh and did a lot of work to prove that Van Praagh was using, let's say, little helpers out in the audience, right, to sort of mingle with people and pump them for information, and a few other just sort of expose Randi did on the ridiculousness of this person's claims of talking to dead people. Here's the deal. Yesterday we covered James Van Praagh, fake psychic medium, and showed some compelling evidence why he's just playing a guessing game and preying on people's grief and sorrow about their departed loved ones. So the clip that I left out is some random person who happened to be pretty well informed about the techniques that these people use. So he, God bless him, paid James Van Praagh the $700 for a short session, and sort of went into it with the intent to catch him lying, to catch him using these techniques to try to fool him. And he sort of plays along through this reading. So we're going to get to see an actual James Van Praagh reading in progress. And I got to tell you, this guy did a great job. He sort of fed him fake information, which James Van Praagh then ran with. He purposefully misled him, and James Van Praagh ran with whatever information that he furnished or provided. Gave him false information, and James Van Praagh, like an idiot, ran with that fake information. Some psychic, right? He didn't know he was being deceived at all. So I'm going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work, and we're educating the public about this fake psychic James Van Praagh. And what better way to do that than to see James Van Praagh actually doing a reading for someone, trying to talk to their dead relatives. We are going to stop this every so often and discuss it, and there is going to be discussion going on about this clip that we're going to play citing fair use in the live chat. So this is a perfect example of fair use in action. Okay, and the video is called Van Praagh Tested. It's kind of long video, so we're going to try to get through it, though, because I think this is the most important piece of evidence that I shouldn't have left out yesterday because we were running long. But, you know, we're going to try to fix this now and cover this now. This, I think, is important and is worthy of being covered. We get to actually see James Van Praagh giving a reading and failing miserably at it.
Now, whether or not James and other mediums can do this, communicate with the dead, is ultimately not a matter of opinion. This is something that can be proven or disproven. Very simple. Can he come up with specific information that only the deceased person and I would know? If he does, he's proven himself. If he doesn't, and only comes up with good guesses and generalizations, then he's disproven himself. And if he fails, we can reasonably discount all the other mediums because James is at the top of his field, and if we disprove the best, we can dismiss the rest. All right, let's see how he does.
Yeah, and I think that's a reasonable expectation. If this person is really talking to your dead relatives, he should be able to give you some information that only the dead relative in you knows. That rarely happens with this medium, and when they're called out for it, they give a bunch of excuses.
I think you're very, very sensitive, and I think you have an ability to connect with the spirit world. I really do. Do you have an older sister?
No.
Do you have a younger sister?
I had a younger sister, yeah.
You had, and she's passed on.
Yeah.
I get her right next to you on this side of you, this over here, your right side.
Aha, the time-shifting technique. James immediately pretends to see my sister a split second after he finds out from me that my sister is deceased.
Because I have a sister here, and she's very connected with you, so she was definitely wants to come and speak with you, okay? So we'll get to her in a second, but I just want to continue working with you. Who is Edward or Ed? Do you know that name, living or dead? Edward?
Edward. Boy, I
So let me just work on it. Okay, so let me just first tune into your mother. Can I just work on her?
Okay, right.
Yeah. Got her. Okay, thank you. Got it. That's it. That's great.
Yeah, and who would have known that all you need to do is look at a picture of a deceased loved one and you can talk to them somehow.
And I want to ask you, was she raised by another woman? Was she raised by not her mother? She was raised by somebody else? Was she raised by a grandmother or an aunt or something?
She was raised by her grandparents.
Grandparents, thank you. Yeah. But she's spending time with them over there, too. Just to tell you that. Go ahead. I understand. But
A good hit? No. Again, the value of a transcript. I didn't realize at the time that I had accidentally said her grandparents, and I meant to say my grandparents. In other words, my mother was not raised by her grandparents. She was raised by her own parents, my grandparents. But James took what I said and ran with it. So this proves that he's reading not dead people, but me, because he ran with what I accidentally said.
And I'm going to ask you who the name, it sounds with an R, initial R in the name, an R.
Again, these are generalizations. How many people know somebody that's dead that has the initial R? Probably a lot of people.
And I don't know who Lucille or Lucilia or Lucina or Luciana or something this name is.
Connected to my mother?
Yeah.
Can't think.
Well, you'll have it on the tape, so you can play it later. Maybe it'll be okay. So that's how this works. Sometimes I give you a name you don't know at the moment, but later you listen to it. Oh my God, that's that person.
Does that make any sense?
Nope.
The dead people anxious to talk to us will bring up the names of tangential people, people we have to struggle to remember, instead of people we immediately recognize? That doesn't make any sense. What makes sense is he's playing a guessing game and making wrong guesses.
Yeah, I understand that. And I want to tell you that she's showing me or giving me the information here that I'm listening to classical music. I'm listening to classical music.
Note the technique here. Once he gets confirmation from me, you can clearly see me nodding my head as though I'm confirming it. Then he pushes it harder. That's what they do. They read and
They
then
look for signs.
The reading
And
of
if
the
you give a
client
positive response,
determines for them what direction they go in.
And this is a very big deal. And she's just giving me this. Okay, I got to give this to you. So I don't know if you. Why is it telling me 2 years has passed? Something 2 years ago. Right?
From my mother's death?
No, who died 2 years ago? Or why is it
Who died 2 years ago?
Who was just 2 years ago?
My brother was just a few years ago.
Notice that I deliberately said a few years instead of 2 years. A few years, hoping to give James some rope with which he could hang himself, and he immediately proceeds to do exactly that.
Okay. So 2 years ago. Okay, got it. I understand. Got it.
Yeah, it wasn't 2 years ago. So he's running with fake information and he doesn't know it.
Thank you. Got it.
Right. My brother died in 2007. 2013 minus 2007 equals 2. No, it equals 6. I am starting to get an inkling that maybe James Van Praagh is not reading the dead, and maybe, just maybe, he's playing a guessing game.
He looks so intent.
Okay. I understand that.
He's talking to the dead people.
It's very funny. I'm trying to get a concept of what she's talking about. You know, it's not like, hi, how are you today? It's like a concept of a thought. And with the concept, so I want to explain how the process works. So the concept she's giving me is like, I'm crossing into a building and then I'm looking out and I'm seeing graves. But I have to go near a building first and then I'm seeing graves. So when she's with you, when you visit or go there, you must have to go by some kind of a building and then you go see her.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, your explanation makes sense to me, but why my mother would communicate that to me makes no sense. If my mother communicated that she was very glad she was able to reconcile with my brother before she died, that would make sense. But to say to me, I have to go past the building before I go into a graveyard is totally pointless. That is useless information. And you'll find mediums do that a lot. They give you a ton of useless, insignificant information, proving they're just playing a guessing game. They're not reading dead people.
Yeah, and it's interesting that, just about every graveyard I've ever seen has a building somewhere on it that you probably have to pass. So these are generalized statements. He's just using a pretty vague generalized statement to try to get a hit.
Here comes the time-shifting technique again, getting some information from me and immediately pretending you got it from a dead person.
And was there someone that took piano lessons?
When I was young, very young, yeah.
Yeah, because you talked about the piano lessons. You remember taking the piano lessons? Yeah. Right. Now, who passed with a cancerous condition? Cancer. Was it a sister? Cancer?
Yeah, my sister.
Okay, because I'm getting a cancerous condition. At one point, was there breast cancer with her? Because that's what she's going on about.
Okay, that's a hit. Doesn't prove anything, but that's a good hit.
Was there anyone named Angela?
Boy, all these names you're coming up with, I'm drawing blanks.
All right, so you have it recorded, so listen to it later. Maybe we'll-
He's
and going
batting zero on the names he's
And
mentioning.
did you put lotion on her back or have lotion on her?
No.
And who's Joseph? Or Joe?
Again, I don't have a Joseph in my family or a close friend or anything.
So just
Now, New Age believers who believe in this stuff have a standard all-purpose defense. They'll say, oh, well, of course it's not going to work for you. You're a skeptic. Your energy is all wrong. You have to be open for it to work. But they can't use that defense here because Van Praagh very clearly said, my energy was quite clean, that each of my people were right there next to him, and that they were coming in very strong, very strong. So believers can't claim that my attitude was undermining the process because Van Praagh clearly expressed that the process was working for over an hour.
Let me bring your dad in. Bring your dad in. Yeah, because he's right here.
Yeah, I love how he has to ask him who passed on first before he decides who's there. You know, like he can't just as soon as he begins the reading say, okay, I have your mother, your father, your grandparents, your uncle. You know, he has to ask or get confirmation for each of the dead people that he's pretending to talk to.
I got it. Right. Did he own a company?
No.
Nope.
Here comes the time shifting technique again.
Did he have a briefcase?
Yeah.
He just shows himself walking with a briefcase. I'm going to work, he said. Good.
Did you know there is one
Wow. Hold on a second, friends. I thought that this was not a monetized video, so you'll have to bear with me. I don't really want to listen through the commercials, and neither should you. This is an educational video being done for the public benefit, not for profit at the moment. So one second, let me go back to sharing the screen. Sorry about that, friends. There we are.
James Van Praagh a lie. My father was in a drunk driving accident when that's not true. And we'll see what he does with that. If he comes back with information that my father is saying, what are you talking about? I was never in a drunk driving accident. Then we'll know he's talking to my father. But if he comes back with information that, oh, he's ashamed of that incident and so forth, then we'll know he's not reading my father, he's reading me.
Does he know the degree to which I was disappointed that he was in a drunk driving accident once? Because, you know, he normally didn't drink, but there was this one situation, nobody got hurt or anything, but I never told him how disappointed I was to know that this had happened.
Yeah, let's see.
I mean, he didn't drink around me much.
He keeps still going on about how I wish you could understand things differently, little differently. So knowing things differently about him, and the dynamic with him and your mother, and the dynamic of him at work, and the dynamic of him having a family. So there's a whole thing which I don't know if you're even aware of is going on about. So I think there might have been some stresses and some pressures there. And he keeps on going on about how he was very sorry it hurt you, and he knows the embarrassment.
He was sorry that something that never happened hurt this person. Yeah. He's totally failing. This gentleman fed him fake information, and he's running with it. And I just want to say, some psychic, why didn't he see this coming?
On several occasions.
My father never embarrassed me. Never. Even the time he honked for the car in front of us to move out into the intersection, otherwise we're never going to get in there. And the guy jumped out of the car and started yelling at my father. He did not embarrass me. I was proud of the way he handled that situation with grace. My father never embarrassed me.
Because normally he was
he's ashamed of that. He's ashamed.
Okay, yeah.
He's sorry. He's ashamed of that. And please don't think of him that way, he said.
James Van Praagh, you're full of shit.
Is there something very specific that would tell me, like, what my father's nickname was for my mother, or something that I would know for sure?
Only if they brought it through.
Now this gentleman is going to start flipping on James Van Praagh and start demanding a little more. And it gets funny. James Van Praagh just makes excuses for why he can't produce any tangible information that matters from this gentleman's dead relatives.
True.
Yeah. Because I'm not entirely convinced this whole thing works.
So, yeah. So you have to read more on it, on the mediumship, and see how it works. You know, how they get through, and listen back to the tape, and see what has come through, different things, evidential information.
Okay, but I'd really like to have some sort of, I would like a proof of the afterlife. If I have like a list of 20 things that if any of these deceased people could say, that would prove it to me, because only I and them would know it. Like my father's, what my father did after he showered all the time, what my father's nickname was for my mother.
Right. I can only give it if they give me it. I can't make it. I can't pull things out of thin air. I can't. I can't do that. But the personalities, that's what you really want to concentrate. You can't concentrate on one little thing because it's much more than that.
Yeah, but I'm trying to establish afterlife.
Right.
And it can only be established by a very specific thing that only I and that person would know. For example, like what my father used to do for hours in the countryside when he was young.
I like that he keeps giving him examples, trying to bait him into making a guess, but James Van Praagh probably knows that his chances of making a successful guess on these options he's being offered are near zero, so he keeps stonewalling. Interesting.
If you just say what that is, then I would know, oh, that's him.
Right. But if I'm not giving it, if he's not giving it to me, I can't make it up.
Well, why would you want to give it to? I mean, that would show it's him.
I know. I just can't make it up. He's not going to present it. It's not like, hi, how are you doing today? It doesn't work like that. They're not on the same level that, hello, we are here. Hello, how are you today? It doesn't work like that. So it's more of a feeling. It's more of an impression. If the spirit does not project an image a certain way, and a certain way that the medium can pick up on it, it's very much like frequency. It's like a radio station.
But the intention of the deceased person is they're clamoring to get in touch with me. They should say right off the bat, "Oh, this is me. This is the nickname my father used to say."
Like them to say, but that's not. We would like them to say that, but they didn't. I mean, they don't. But the sister came through. She died of cancer.
Now he's going to start rattling off the few hits that he did get, or believes that he got.
The other one had cancer, or so names came through, or a certain situation.
Well, if she came through with the name of her best friend, that would do it.
If she did, I wish she would have, but I don't know how many names that they came through with. I don't know.
Well, you came through a lot of names, and none of them matched up.
None of them. Yeah, so this is interesting. A minute after we hung up, Van Praagh's office called and offered me a full refund. I said half would be fine. I got what I was looking for. So at least to his credit, I guess Van Praagh realized that this gentleman was going to be very unhappy and offered to give his money back. I don't know how often he offers people's money back, but I don't think that he's been challenged very often in the middle of a reading like this. And kudos to this gentleman for doing that.
Let's tally up Van Praagh's hits and misses and see how he did.
This is great.
He had 12 hits, the best of which was that my sister had breast cancer. Others, like my father, had a briefcase. Pretty lame.
Pretty lame.
Misses. How many misses did he have? 64. 64. That is an 84% failure rate. 84% failure rate from a man considered by many to be the best in his field.
And we heard last night that he claimed that a scientist studied him and he had a 90 to 95% accuracy rating. And meanwhile, here in this reading, he had an 85% failure rating.
And the most telling statistic, the number of things he told me that only the dead person and I could know, 0. 0, exactly as I expected. 0, exactly as I knew would happen. 0. As a person who cares about the truth, I find his whole charade very offensive. There's something profoundly immoral about promoting a belief system that is provably false. Taking a sacred subject, the memories of our deceased loved ones, and making a guessing game and a business out of it.
Yeah, friends. So that's what we were missing last night. And honestly, I consider that to be like the icing on the cake of looking into this guy. We get to see an actual reading. We get to break down the statistics of how he did. It's amazing. It's amazing. And this guy did. I think this guy did a great job because he fed him fake information, and Van Praagh ran with the fake information he was fed with. Then he starts challenging him, and Van Praagh, I've never seen him that flustered in the middle of a reading before. And I've watched a lot of his readings on video and television before. I don't know. When I saw that he'd be doing a guest appearance somewhere, I would try to tune in and watch back in the day. And, you know, this is the worst that I've seen him. This is the most flustered, the most sort of like he was losing his patience with the guy too, trying to explain it like, well, it's not like this. And, you know, this is, it's impressions, it's vibrations. Yeah, this is what we get to with these guys. And I think it's great. I think it's great that this guy did that. And the fact that he failed 85% and he had, 65 hit misses. That's a lot of misses. But this is what these guys do. They throw out so much stuff that they're going to get a few hits. And most people forget the misses. But this person went through the transcript and tallied up all the misses. That's a pretty big failure rate for one of the supposed best mediums. Greetings and salutations, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. Tonight, we will be continuing our new series, My Favorite Fake Psychics. Tonight, we'll be covering one Theresa Caputo, who became famous after finding television fame on the Learning Channel, of all things, with a show called Long Island Medium. It's interesting that I've heard her referred to as Long Island Medium more than her actual name. Then I sort of had to correct myself and, you know, write her name out. She is interesting in that she chose to use technology right to her advantage. Her show began right around the time that social media was really, really becoming popular, with things like Facebook and Instagram, etc. And unlike most mediums who rely simply on cold reading, oh yes, she does cold reading, but she had a few additional tricks up her sleeve, which would ensure that she would always be able to get hits. In fact, when this series on My Favorite Fake Psychics started, one of our viewers, it's a Lisa Mendez in Texas,
sent me a letter about her experience, her personal experience with Theresa Caputo, the Long Island medium. She paid for a very expensive ticket. I believe it was $150 to, she said it was, the ticket through Ticketmaster was around $150. So I'm reading from a letter with her permission about her own personal experience attending Long Island Medium Live event, which she purchased a ticket for around $150. $150 for a ticket, and there's a few hundred people in the audience. So imagine the take that she gets. Imagine that's quite a take. $150 a person, a few hundred people. So Lisa's mother died, and she was very heartbroken over the death of her mother. Wished to communicate with her mother, find out, make sure her mother was okay in heaven or the afterlife or wherever it is that we go. Watched Theresa on the Learning Channel and became somewhat of a believer, but she did say in her letter, I was still somewhat skeptical, both of an afterlife and of this woman's abilities. However, I was full of grief, depression, anxiety, and missing my mother terribly. When I heard that she would be doing a local event near my hometown, I got a ticket and could not wait to be in the audience and perhaps be able to communicate or speak with my dead mother. Again, from her letter, she mentions one of the things I found extremely odd during the event is that she concentrated on people in the front rows, and most of her hits were in the front rows. I found that odd while watching this. So I heard later that these were her special guests, people who she knew or had given readings to before. And it seemed like every time she struggled to get hits with regular audience members not sitting in the front row, she repeatedly went back to someone in the front row and got hit after hit after hit. So this is one technique of Ms. Caputo that differs from many fake psychic mediums in that, and this is well documented, other people have documented this, and Ms. Caputo has all but admitted that the front rows of her live events are reserved for people who she's given over the phone readings to, special guests, people that she has worked with or for previously get those premium front row seats. Here's the problem. If she has given readings for these people previously, then she knows their names, their addresses, probably their phone numbers, where they live, maybe where they work. She knows a lot about the people that she places in the front row. And as this Lisa Mendez viewer of mine shared with us, every time that she started getting a lot of misses in the regular audience, she would return to one of the people in the front row and get hit after hit after hit. It's not, of course, this is opinion and speculation, but the reason that she's able to get hit after hit after hit with those special guests of hers is because she knows everything about them already. She knows who their departed relatives were, a bit about them, and she, I suppose, has a database of these people who she can use to help sell her fake psychic medium abilities. In the middle of a live show, if she starts getting too many misses, she just jumps on one of those people in the front row. And this is one of her methods to use. This is what magicians call ringers or stooges. I've never liked that term in magic. And for those that don't know, in a magic show, there's a paid shill or stooge, or even just a friend of the magician that wants to help him with the show. I would routinely use such a thing. And the gag went something like this. I'd call somebody up onto the stage and I would touch him a lot. Make sure that the audience saw me touching him, pull him over, come closer to me. I would touch him on his back and say, stand up straight. I touched the guy a lot, and I made sure that the audience saw me touching that guy a lot. What the audience didn't know is that that person was a stooge or a confederate, a person working with me. And his whole job was to just play along. And so the gag was I would do a card trick for him, and the card trick would go terribly wrong. And then I would look at the guy, and it was a gag. Like, what do you mean? I guess you don't believe in magic. That's why the trick didn't work. Sit down. You're fucking up my show. And everybody would get a big laugh, right? And then after the guy would sit down, I would start pulling stuff out, like, here's your wallet, here's your keys. And the audience thought they would reconnect things and think that I was taking this stuff off that guy while I was touching him so much, that I was picking his pockets, taking his watch off. I'd make sure I touch his hand, pulling over. You know, this is what is known as a stooge, a confederate, a shill. And magicians use this all the time in shows. Miss Caputo is no different than a stage magician. She's got confederates in the audience that can help her if she's in trouble and unable to produce meaningful information from regular people that she doesn't know. I found that fascinating. And this has been documented numerous places, including an issue of the Skeptical Inquirer magazine, which we'll be referencing later. Lisa Mendez goes on to say that initially I was shocked that Miss Caputo during my reading was pulling out incredibly accurate information that I had no idea how she would know. She literally gave me the day my mother died, and also the cemetery where she was buried. Later, I realized that when I purchased the Ticketmaster ticket for this event, I gave them my name, address, and phone number. My mother had just recently, within 6 months of Miss Caputo's event, passed away. On Facebook, I posted every piece of information that Miss Caputo gave me in my reading. I can only assume that Miss Caputo or someone who works for her mines people's social media accounts. There can be no other explanation for why she gave me such accurate information. And yeah, I agree with Miss Mendez. This Theresa Caputo is somewhat famous even amongst, other fake magicians, because other fake psychics, other fake mediums, upon it being revealed that this was a method that she used to get people's names and address and do pre-show work. We discussed this before. What is pre-show work? Pre-show work for a psychic or a medium is when you know in advance who you're going to be giving a reading to. And of course she did, because when people purchase tickets, they're giving their name, their address, their telephone number. I suppose, or it is alleged, and this is my speculation as well as a it's very informed speculation, but I'll still say here, this is speculation. Her and people that worked for her would mine their social media accounts and make cards for each person. But part of this is not speculation, because I have an additional source. And that source here, one second. Okay, I have a source here who was once employed, and I consider former employees. People could say maybe this guy's disgruntled. I don't think so. I didn't get that. I had a phone conversation with this person. His name is Jerry Randolph. He worked as a production assistant and general personal assistant for Miss Caputo for 3 years. His name is Jerry Randolph. I tried to get him to come on, but he's a little camera and even voice shy. He would not come on. But he gave me some written statements here, which I'm going to reference. I consider Jerry Randolph a good source. Mr. Randolph confirms that part of his responsibilities was to take information given to Miss Caputo by Ticketmaster for the attendees and mine their social media accounts and create an index card with relevant or useful information on each card that Miss Caputo could then reference during her live performances for those audience members. The system worked like this. Myself or another employee of Theresa would be out of sight using a transmitter, and she had an earpiece. When she would give a reading for a person that we had a card for, that card would be read to her into her earpiece, and she could then use that information in the reading. I feel, Mr. Randolph goes on to say, I feel bad for my participation in what is essentially a scam and a fraud. However, I needed the money at the time, and I justified it to myself that this was entertainment. It was only after seeing someone break down crying hysterically that I felt bad enough to seek other employment. I initially signed a non-disclosure agreement with Ms. Caputo. That agreement has now expired. I guess it was like a certain time frame that he had an NDA. He wasn't able to talk about anything. He told me he was not able, while he was under the NDA, was not able to talk about anything at all concerning his employment or knowledge of Ms. Caputo's business adventures. However, I guess the NDA had a time limit. A lot of times an employee NDA is for like, you're not allowed to, it's binding for, let's say, 3 years or 2 years or 5 years after the date of your employment ends with that. I had an NDA for a corporation that I worked for once. In my case, the corporation was like so evil that like they basically had to give everybody an NDA so that nobody would quit or get fired and go to the law enforcement or go to somebody or media and get them in trouble for their terrible, terrible business practices. And I, like Jerry, felt bad when I worked for that corporation. Couldn't wait to get out from under that corporation. And eventually I did. So we have a source that worked for Ms. Caputo that is confirming that the rumors and speculation of her mining social media is absolutely accurate and true. Additionally, we have a source that attended and suspected that Ms. Caputo was using information from her Facebook profile to give the reading. So Lisa Mendez, one of our viewers who was at a taping and had a reading for Ms. Caputo, states that everything in my reading was information available on my social media. She also gave lots of information contained in posts about my mother dying. I found that incredibly suspect. When I confronted one of the producers at the event about that, I was hushed up and asked to leave and quickly ushered out of the event. So that's what they do to a skeptic or a non-believer. They get him out of the event so that they can infect the other people with this skepticism, let's say. They don't like skepticism one bit. And I gotta say, out of all of the fake mediums or fake psychics that I've looked into, this Theresa gets the most combative with skeptics of any of them that I've ever seen. She straight yells at people, I don't care what you believe. And she's very rude and nasty. And maybe it's a side note, but there's other reports. There are so many reports of this woman being a complete and total asshole to people when the cameras are off. And I think that says something about her as a person. If you were really gifted with these supernatural powers, would you be so nasty to people when the cameras were off and then they turn the cameras on and you're a super nice lady and you're so spiritual and helpful to everyone? I guess I should also mention that I used to watch Long Island Medium and yell at the television about what a crock of shit it was. And my wife used to tell me, why do you even watch this shit? Turn it off if it bothers me. Yeah, it bothers me that this woman's making this much money, has a television show. And I got to say, I feel exactly the same way about the Learning Channel having a fake psychic show on as I do about the History Channel having all of this fake Bigfoot shit and ancient aliens and UFO stories on constantly. It's not history. It's story time, and the same thing, the Learning Channel, we're going to have a show about somebody that talks to dead people. But I think that both of those channels started off with good intentions, right? The History Channel had awesome World War II documentaries when they first started, and, documentaries about the JFK assassination and real history. But eventually, the History Channel, NTLC, Discovery Channel, everybody else figured out that reality was selling. And it was quicker and cheaper to produce. And it was entertaining. And people, at some point, the History Channel didn't care anymore about being a History Channel. They wanted to be the ratings channel and get those ratings. And the same thing with the Learning Channel. What I learned from watching the Long Island Medium is that these things sell, right? Wow, this woman can talk to dead people. And, you know, the show, I suspect, very highly suspect that the show used, her television show used a lot of stooges and Confederates. This woman would walk into a bakery and just suddenly start talking to the baker's dead mother. You know, it seems very suspect. And it was like hit after hit after hit after hit. This is another tactic of the fake psychics and mediums that we should discuss. And that is careful and crafty editing. You won't see most of these fake psychic mediums fail an incredible amount of time. You see them get misses sometimes, but you will not see them fail very much. This is one of the things that this Lisa Mendez also commented on. She says in her letter to me, I was shocked and amazed at the hundreds and hundreds of total misses that she got during this several-hour event. People were adamant that her reading meant nothing to them. She was rude and nasty and combative with each person that she did not get success with, telling them that these are symbols and to think about it later, and later it would make sense. Here's another tool of the fake medium. If you're caught and no one believes your reading, you just tell them that this is all symbology and, you know, vibration. And if they think about it later, it will make more sense to them. We saw this with Mr. James von Praagh. We saw this with Sylvia Browne. They all do that. It's a convenient, easy excuse to get out of why you're failing miserably, to do your psychic thing, I guess. So, one second. I have a few videos that I was going to share. And I think one of them is funny because it's 5 reasons why Long Island Medium is totally fake. And I probably got to say, we're going to cite fair use. I agree with this video 100%. Here's 5 reasons why she's totally fake. Let's share that. And again, we're educating the public on this fake psychic medium, Theresa Caputo, the Long Island Medium. This is fair use because we're educating the public using this clip as an educational tool. We'll also be stopping along the way and discussing and critiquing the information presented in the video, commenting on it. This is fair use.
Long Island Medium star Theresa Caputo claims that she can talk to dead people. She's not the first person to make this claim, but we don't need to talk to the spirits to know that she's a fake.
And look at her in what is that, a princess outfit? And I thought it was funny that they included a few of the other people in our series here, including James Van Praagh and John Edward is coming up.
Here's how we know. Old tricks. If someone approached you on the street and pulled a coin from behind your ear, you wouldn't be amazed. You'd understand it's just a cool trick. Caputo is basically pulling emotional coins from behind people's mourning hearts. Skeptics believe that Caputo uses old-school psychic techniques. These include cold reading, analyzing a subject's physical presence to make an informed guess about them, and shotgunning, asking a large audience a vague question and waiting for a response.
Who had the issue with the legs?
She's often wrong. When working with large audiences, there have been times when Caputo has started talking to the wrong person. For some reason, the departed don't stop her.
This is where I got confused when I went with the younger male before with the husband.
Members of Caputo's live audience have reported that she's missed the mark more during live events than she does on TV.
Yeah, and this is absolutely a valid criticism. Why does she hit when she's on television? And when she's at a live event, it's miss, hit, miss, hit. And that comes back to editing. We talked about how they edit out the hits, or excuse me, they edit out the misses and only present the hits. I think that is just very careful and skillful manipulation, much like a magician will manipulate the perceptions of the audience.
Disenchanted fans have even left heartbreaking messages on Ticketmaster's site after attending Caputo's live shows. I was a Theresa Caputo believer and watched every one of her shows. My young daughter died this summer and I needed to believe in something. After tonight, I am no longer a believer.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. This woman just preys on people's grief and people's sadness. And to me, that's the worst kind of vulture there is.
Some participants are so amazed by what Caputo gets right that they don't notice how much she gets wrong. The correct guesses are simply more memorable than the incorrect ones.
Did she have an issue with her legs prior to her passing?
No.
Nothing
Nope.
is negative. Caputo defends herself by saying that she makes people feel better, which is true. Her shows are full of heartwarming moments, but that's exactly why it's clear the show is fake. The living and the dead never exchange any harsh sentiments. Even if there were problems, the spirits are always forgiving.
Yeah, this is an issue that comes up time and time again. It's not uncommon that somebody's loved one will die and they'll be pissed off at each other. But when one of these fake psychic mediums gives somebody a reading and are talking to their dead relatives, it's all sunshine and rainbows and love and light. It's never like, you pissed me off, or, why did you treat me so poorly, or anything. And that has always stricken me as quite compelling, I guess circumstantial, but still compelling evidence that these readings are a hokum.
Spirit will do, like, they'll bring up things that happened years ago, to remind you of the happy times.
Maybe dying gives souls a sunnier perspective, but that doesn't just erase every problem. Caputo says she asks her spirit guides to share only good things, unless a negative memory can lead to a positive breakthrough. Nothing new. Caputo's conversations with the dead never bring up anything new, but in real life, people keep secrets. Are there no spirits who want to unburden their souls, or at least brag about never getting caught? Maybe Caputo has asked her spirit guides to only transmit shared memories, but others suggest those guides are actually the show's staff. Skeptic.
Yeah, she sure does have guides. She's got a guy in a back room feeding her information about audience members on index cards that they mined from Facebook and other social media sites. Those are her real spirit guides, friends.
Skeptics also think that Caputo's assistants may also run background checks based on ticketing information, or even eavesdrop on audience members. This would be enough for a cursory investigation. Other clients say they've been interviewed by Caputo's staff before meetings and that camera crews tour the house in advance. Sometimes they even stage the house before filming. Caputo doesn't care if you don't believe her.
I don't believe, being a medium, that my job is to prove anything to anybody.
No, she doesn't have to prove anything. She just wants your money. It's kind of like me saying, I keep coming back to this analogy. If I tell you I'm going to cut your grass for $50 and then I just pretend to cut your grass, that would be a crime. But somehow this woman gets away with what she does, pretending to talk to people's dead relatives. The laws really need to change.
Misuse of powers. Why isn't Caputo doing something more with her powers? Sure, it's cool to reconnect dead people with their living relatives. It's also not helpful. If Caputo can really talk to the dead, how about solving some murder investigations? Caputo spends her time telling people that their grandparents really enjoyed those summer barbecues instead of exploring the mysteries of death. It would be much more interesting to watch the dead name the person who murdered them. Thanks.
Yeah, she's never done any sort of community service work she's never been a help to any police agency or the FBI for missing people, for dead people. If she could really talk to dead people, couldn't she solve unsolved murders by talking to the deceased and finding out who murdered them? Why is it that these fake mediums never do that? They're just all about the cash. Pay me for, a reading. It's ridiculous that they're allowed to do that, but that's
for
what
watching.
happens.
Subscribe.
Well, so that's it for that one. And, what can I say, friends? This video just confirms information that we've already proven as accurate. It's great. And there's another video that I'm going to share here, and this one's called The Untold Truth of Theresa Caputo. And this goes into a little more detail about
some of the evidence that she is a fake and a fraud and the thought also occurred to me that we mentioned that many of these fake mediums have media handlers. The responsibility for this woman being able to fleece people of their money is not just on her. It's on the people that enable her to do so. Because this learning channel, they're partly responsible. They gave her a platform. They made her famous. Her fees, by the way, went from something like $100 a session to $800 a session at the height of her television show. And that's for a 20-minute, I believe it's telephone or Skype session, is something like $800. Must be nice to make $800 to play pretend, right? $800 for every 20 minutes. I mean, imagine if you could really book yourself all day, do 8 hours of that. That's a lot of money. Okay, and again, we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work using this video titled Untold Truth of Theresa Caputo to educate the public and we're going to be critiquing it and talking about the contents of the video. This is the definition of fair use. So we're going to cite fair use and we're going to share this Untold Truth of Theresa Caputo video. Let's get into it, friends.
Since debuting in 2011, Long Island Medium has dominated ratings and made its star, Long Island native Theresa Caputo, a household name. Caputo's larger-than-life personality is undoubtedly to thank, as is her reported ability to see, feel, and sense spirits. But there's a lot you might not actually know about Theresa Caputo.
There is no turning back.
Real or just really entertaining? Tune into an episode of Long Island Medium, and you'll likely get the sense that Caputo's communication with the departed is effortless and very much real. But according to some, that couldn't be further from the truth. A widowed mom of 3 who invited the reality star into her home for a reading revealed to Radar Online that she met with Caputo's assistant the day before taping and was asked to talk about her husband and his passing. The mom added, she promised she wouldn't tell Theresa, but she totally could have told her everything. And
this again is called pre-show work. So she sends in somebody that works for her to interview the person she's going to be doing the reading for and ask them all about their dead, dearly departed relative. And how many of us believe that that person that works for her told her nothing about the interview? Then why do the interview? Of course, she's using pre-show work. She's using Confederates to go and get her the information that she's going to use in the reading. And it's despicable that she's allowed to take money from people like this. Why has she never been prosecuted for this?
Despite filming for a whopping 6 hours, she claims, Caputo didn't hit on anything surprising and became very agitated and angry when I shut her down. I refused to fake it and cry, oh my God, you're right. The grieving widow even added, I don't believe her. I think she's full of crap. I don't think she really gives a shit about the people she meets. It's all for the cameras.
Yeah, and we have various reports of her being really combative and nasty with people that she fails in a reading with. And I just think that's kind of funny, like she's taken all this money from people, or in this case, maybe it was just to have content for her television show. Next, we're going to hear that she was challenged by Criss Angel to the tune of $2 million to prove her fake abilities. And by the way, Criss Angel is also, I believe, from New York. And a friend of a friend that knows Angel told me that he was aware of her growing up or something like that. Like he did not live very far from this person, and she was well known in the community as being a medium, but neither Criss Angel or his family believed that she was a real medium. A lot of people in the area believed that she was just fleecing people and a fake.
Challenged by Criss Angel. Famed illusionist Criss Angel personally called out Caputo and questioned her authenticity while promoting his new reality show. He set out to debunk all kinds of lies, both on the small screen and off it, turning his sights to a certain celebrity psychic medium. In October 2013, he tweeted to Theresa Caputo, Take my $2 million challenge or stop exploiting the vulnerable. If you're legit, you're $2 million richer. Not surprisingly, Caputo didn't respond or take the challenge, leaving many to question if she does indeed have something to hide.
My brain just works differently. And you know what? I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so I can't imagine why, if you genuinely had these psychic powers, you wouldn't submit to some sort of testing and take the $2 million. It's just like James Randi Foundation $1 million challenge that was out there for decades. For any psychic to prove their psychic abilities, you get the $1 million. Chris Angel put $2 million in an escrow account and said, if you pass the test, you're $2 million richer. And he sort of hounded her on Twitter and other places for quite some time. And she did not respond at all. She did not comment on the challenge. I'd be curious for somebody to, and why has no member of the media ever asked her about that? Near as I can tell, she's been on tons of television shows. They were aware of Chris Angel challenging her. Nobody asked her, why didn't you go and take the test and get the $2 million? It's very telling that she's never commented on it. Nobody's ever asked her about it. I believe it's because it proves the fact that she would not take a simple test to prove her abilities and get the $2 million. To me, that's, again, I guess circumstantial or whatever kind of evidence you want to call that. But to me, that's compelling evidence that her superpowers are fake.
Fraud investigation. Caputo landed at the center of a full-fledged investigation in 2014 when professional whistleblower Ron Thibault set out to prove that Caputo's ability to communicate with the deceased is a total hoax. He told Radar Online, "Theresa is like a vulture preying on the most vulnerable. I think it's despicable." After spending a year interviewing Caputo's clients and colleagues, Thibault concluded that Caputo is simply reading body language and making high-probability guesses, not talking to the dead.
You're also known as cold reading.
Thibault went on to suggest that Caputo does her homework and tends to focus on members in the front row. He speculated, when you purchase a ticket, you provide your full name, address, and phone number to the vendor. The vendor can share this information with their staff, and then they can investigate the individual audience members. No hometown hero.
Yeah, and so here we see, this is, again, more proof that she does pre-show work on the people that are going to be in our audience, or her employees do, and we have an insider that has confirmed that.
As skepticism surrounding Caputo's abilities continued to mount in 2014, even her hometown turned against her. In a piece titled My Not-So-Psychic Experience with Long Island medium Theresa Caputo, Jamie Franchi recalled her own experience with the TV star and how she went from being a believer to a total skeptic. What changed her mind? Attending Theresa Caputo Live, The Experience. Of the experience, Franchi recalled, "I wasn't buying it, any of it. She was asking specific questions that, when they weren't met with nods of agreement, became described as merely symbols of other more general things."
Yeah,
according to Franchi, the evening was peppered with incidents in which Caputo made claims that were met with shrugs of silence and quickly tried to turn them around. Franchi said she feels Caputo is a good performer, adding, "She's got undeniably likable sass and charisma. I just don't think she speaks with the dead. Or she didn't the night that I saw her."
That's fine. Look, you don't have to acknowledge it. I don't care. I don't care if you believe in what I do.
Yeah, and here we see a perfect example of her being nasty to an audience member who is challenging her so-called superpowers.
Grandma and Tupac. In addition to speaking with individuals who have passed on, Caputo claimed to also have the inside scoop on what life after death is really like in her 2017 book, Good Grief. Heal your soul, honor your loved ones, and learn to live again. The Long Island medium revealed that she believes the other side is the perfect place to meet all kinds of celebrities.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that she's a New York Times best-selling author, kind of like David Wilcock. It just goes to show you that bullshit sells, friends. If you want to be a New York Times best-selling author, don't put in the time and do a serious book with serious research or anything like that. Don't take the time to write a really compelling novel or anything like that. Just make up a bunch of shit about fake shit, and you too can be a New York Times bestselling author.
The reason she knows this, according to the book, is because one day her cell phone began randomly playing a rap song, which she said was a message from her late grandmother. She wrote, "Maybe she's hanging out with Tupac in heaven." Reeling from a sport. In December 2017, Caputo and her husband Larry shocked fans, revealing they were calling it quits after 28 years of marriage. The couple told People, "We have decided to legally separate. We will always love each other and our 2 wonderful children. We are united in supporting each other and our family. Please respect our privacy during this time." With her marriage crumbling...
So she's separating from her husband, and I love this statement, please respect our privacy. Yet, when somebody's going to be in her audience, she doesn't respect their privacy, and she's got people eavesdropping on the audience, interviewing the audience about their, the audience members about their departed loved ones, so that she can use that information. She's got employees mining people's social media so that she could do her fake psychic thing. But when she's getting a divorce, she wants everybody to respect her privacy. Yeah.
After nearly 3 decades and her husband moving across the country from New Jersey to Los Angeles, Caputo confessed to fans during season 12 of her show that she was struggling with the realities of her changing relationship. She tearfully discussed the difficulties of her separation, saying,
To have someone be in your life for over 30 years and then not to have that person, that's my struggle.
And, listen, I know she claims to be a medium and not a psychic, but why didn't she see this separation coming? And why are so many psychics divorced? We saw Sylvia Browne has been married, I think it was 4 times she's been married. So to me, it's just funny when a psychic is divorced, especially 4 times. Come on, man.
Vision of infidelity. As shocked as fans were with Caputo's 2017 separation from her husband, it turns out the medium had a premonition about rocky times ahead for the couple, revealed in a 2013 episode of her show.
Where have you been?
I mean, where have I been?
You're in big trouble.
What am I in big trouble about?
It turns out Caputo doesn't just communicate with the dead in her dreams.
I dreamt that Larry was having an affair. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Seriously?
Larry.
And let me tell you something, just as a married man, I think anybody married can agree with me. My wife will have a dream that I did something and be pissed off at me for a week. And then I'm like, I can't believe I got to go buy flowers to apologize for shit that I did in a dream that I didn't do in real life, or, whatever. But that's women, man. They're going to be pissed. I don't know if her husband actually cheated or not, but it's just funny to me that, women will dream up things, and you'll do something in a dream. And there's been multiple times that my wife has been pissed at me over something that I did in one of her dreams.
Larry didn't exactly help his case.
It's funny you mention that, because I had a dream that some girl was trying to hit on me.
See? I knew it.
While there's no official word on why the two actually split 4 years later, it's interesting to imagine whether or not Caputo's dream turned out to be accurate. Thanks for watching. Click the Nikki Swift icon.
Wow, so there we have the untold truth of Theresa Caputo, which kind of confirms some of the information we presented right at the start of our broadcast here. Now, for our presentation tonight, there's just really one more piece of information that I'd like to share, and this is from Skeptical Inquirer. You'll have to bear with me a second. I've got to make this a little bigger. Sometimes I worry that my vision is getting worse. Tonight, I had to drop off my car at a mechanic, and I'm not very familiar with this new neighborhood, but still, I drove literally right past it, and my wife was behind me, calling me on the phone going, "Where are you at?" Yeah. So this is from Notes on a Strange World, Theresa Caputo, the Fake Long Island Medium, by Massimo Polidoro. One second, I'll share this, even though I'm not sure. We're going to cite fair use in sharing this sharing this article from the Skeptical Inquirer magazine. One second, friends. Let's share that. Theresa Caputo, a self-proclaimed psychic whose Italian origins are quite evident. She was born Teresa Brigandi, has been a celebrity for quite some time now, thanks to her reality TV show Long Island Medium. However, all of her apparently paranormal demonstrations are perfectly explainable, and interestingly, most of them would not have been possible only a few years ago. Caputo, in fact, seems to be the next evolutionary step of temporary mediums after the likes of Rosemary Tia, John Edwards, Sylvia Browne, and James Van Praagh. Performers who from the stage point to members of the audience and claim to receive communications from the dead on their behalf. In the cases of Altia, Edward, Browne, or Van Praagh, the use of old cold reading techniques is quite clear. These are techniques that undoubtedly require a quick mind ready to grasp any information coming from the sitter and convincingly sell it back to believers as if it came from the spirits. Caputo, however, has taken a step forward. Instead of taking risks with straight cold reading, guessing, and inevitably making mistakes, she prefers to come well prepared to her shows. To begin with, Caputo places in the front rows those who she already knows, for whom she has already performed in the past, and about whom she has already learned everything there is to know. But her great idea, or perhaps that of her staff, was to take full advantage of what modernity has to offer. In particular, it is thanks to the information found on Facebook and other social media that she can astound her public. Thanks to an expose by magician and skeptical investigator Mark Edward, who worked on a sting operation on Caputo for Inside Edition, her methods are now quite clear. In combination with selling seats through Ticketmaster and the use of credit cards, Facebook, Foursquare, Twitter, and the rest of the latest places people post private information, our own egocentric fascination with ourselves makes it easy for the techie smart agent or producer to make seeming miracles happen. And we have a source that confirms that this is indeed what happens. Like the old days when the gypsy only needed to tell her sitters what they wanted to hear about themselves, we are now in an era where anyone can tell you more about yourself than you might ever want to know. Edward relates such episodes, revealing how absurd they can get. At one point, Theresa asked a woman, "Why am I picking up baby clothes?" To which the woman replied, "Oh, that's weird. I just put a bunch of pictures of baby clothes on my Facebook page." Not weird at all, really. It is enough for her to have a few similar bits of information placed beforehand on a seating chart at the show. Her staff can then cue her to the right spots since all the seats are numbered and far apart. She really can't miss. Even the casual encounters that she seems to have on the street during her reality programs are carefully choreographed in classic mentalist styles, continues Edward. Everyone must sign a pre-show waiver or agreement to have their image used on television. It's only a standard form to those folks. Why would they suspect anything? They should. All the staff needs is a laptop, a name and address, and a willing victim. So there's another way that she's pumping people for information. All you need is somebody's name with Facebook today, and then you can mine their Facebook for all kinds of information. Karen Stolznow, a linguist, author, and skeptical investigator, wrote about Caputo's exaggerated displays of emotion. There is rarely a scene when she isn't in tears or claiming empathic abilities such as "I could feel your tears running down my cheek." In one episode, she announces that the spirit of a deceased 6-year-old boy has become attached to her. Convinced that the only way to free the spirit is to become free of the spirit is to meet his mother. She tracks down a woman who details she happens to have an appointment book. Caputo appears to be greatly distraught by the little boy's constant presence, but she is strangely unavailable for a session until the following week. She spent this week in apparent spiritual agony, yet still had time to have lunch with friends, all the while complaining about her invisible friend. And I remember something about this on her television show, and to me, it just seemed like made-up drama, because you need drama for a reality show. Another one of her specialties is confronting and converting skeptics, Stolznow wrote. During a live interview, the Long Island radio station KJOY, a line of 8 skeptics are pitted against her. Visibly stressed at first, she asked the group who lost a sister. A woman acknowledges this question, and the medium quickly finds her stride, achieving perceived hits with her staple validations about clothing and personal letters. Caputo had emotionally disarmed the woman, who was taken in by what a real skeptic would readily recognize as classic cold reading. Skillful editing seems to have ironed out any misses and genuine skeptics. Yeah, and again, we get careful editing. You've got to edit out the misses so that you appear to really have these powers that you don't have. She received a Pegasus Award for performance from the James Randi Educational Foundation. And again, we see James Randi time and time again busting these fakes. Today, mediums really have an easy life. One wonders what Marjorie Crandon, DD, Hone, Sheila Palladino and all the other famous mediums around the world have given for a chance to amaze their clients in such an easy way, instead of risking every night to be proven wrong by tipping tables with their legs or exuding ectoplasm gauze. It all seems very silly in the end, but it's quite distressing to look the effects that banalities of this kind can have on the grieving. People get emotional, they start to cry, and seem to be willing to give Caputo everything they have in order to speak again with their loved ones. Again, this is her being a vulture, taking advantage of grieving people. Instead of helping the grieving accept their loss and go on with life, such performers keep them stuck in their sad situation, preventing their healing. I agree. You got to move on. If somebody dies, you got to get over it, and you have to move on, and you have to grieve in private. A medium is not going to help you with the grieving process. They're just going to milk your grieving process for every penny they can get out of you. The only consolation is that she won't last long, as this is the fate that awaits all self-styled psychics. Caputo admonishes James Randi. It's just one more of the myriad faux seers who have stepped into the TV spotlight for their turn, and through her exuberant shtick rather outdoes the others. She'll do her number along with Van Praagh, John Edward, and Psychic Sally until someone with newer novelty elbows her off the stage. And that was said by James Randi in 2012. So, I always forget to take down that Patreon thing, but I do want to take a moment to thank all of our Patreon supporters. Your support is both generous and very much needed here. So we definitely thank our Patreon supporters. So this will conclude our presentation. I got to say that I guess the innovation that Theresa Caputo brings to being a fake medium is to just use newly available technology like social media. This was not available before to the mediums, or I'm sure many of them would use that weapon in their arsenal of trickery to fool people. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. We are once again broadcasting live from the Apocalypse Cabin. You know, I don't want to get negative, but some people talk about broadcasting from a bunker when they're really in some bedroom. I got a real bunker. These are 2-foot thick walls. But in any case, we are live from the Apocalypse Cabin, and tonight, we're going to be, I hope, wrapping up our series of my favorite fake psychics. As much fun as it has been, I think the response was not quite what I imagined. I thought that people would be a little more interested in hearing the secrets behind these fake psychics. But it seems like after you explain one's methods, the rest of them are just very similar. A little bit of off take each has to their methodology. So not much interest there, but I still wanted to conclude the series with one of my favorites, John Edward. For those that don't know or remember, John Edward rose to huge international fame with a television show, Crossing Over, where he would talk to people's dead relatives. He's written books, given courses on how you too can become a medium and talk to dead people. Not sure what Mr. Edward has been up to lately. I think he fell off the radar and the gravy train dried up for Mr. Edward. But I wanted to unpack a story about when I saw a taping of John Edward's show, which may explain how he's able to get all of these tremendous hits on his television show. But I also wanted to find anybody else that had a similar experience or had some personal knowledge of an encounter with Mr. Edward, and we found our friend Dan Hogan. You may remember Dan Hogan, sort of ghost hunting guy that helped us with this EVP show, and we're going to bring Mr. Hogan in and hear his story of John Edward. Here we go.
There's Mr. Hogan.
How we doing?
How you doing, Dan?
Doing good.
Dan is is that your first child, right?
No, this is actually my third child.
Third child. Okay, but he's a very concerned father because we had to work out the show in between his baby's feeding schedule, which I totally remember, man. You can't miss a scheduled feeding. So listen, Dan, first thing I thought we would do is watch this really funny video that I found because it explains most of what anybody needs to know about John Edward. First of all, the guy uses cold reading, and he's not even a very good cold reader. He's just average at it. And I believe that he uses a few other techniques, which you may be able to fill us in on. But first, let's share this. I'm going to cite fair use. We're educating the public about fake psychics and mediums, and specifically John Edward. And we're going to be commenting, critiquing, and educating the public. So this is fair use. Sharing this video, which is titled "John Edward Crossing Over the Line: False Hope and Fraud." And, I haven't thought about South Park for a while, but the intro to this made me laugh and I think explains most of what you need to know about our fake psychic medium friend, John Edward. So this is going to be a fun show. Let's start it off in a fun way because what's more fun than South Park making fun of this clown, right?
I'm saying this to you, John Edward. You are a liar, you are a fake, and you are the biggest douche ever.
Everybody is positive and gives them hope. How does that make me a douche?
Because the big questions in life are tough. Why are we here? Where are we from? Where are we going? But if people believe in asshole, douchey liars like you, we're never going to find the real answer to those questions. You aren't just lying. You're slowing down the progress of all mankind. You douche.
Douche!
Leadership and battlefield is very therapeutic and very healing and very
He's definitely a douche.
Extremely empowering.
It's a trick you do, and I need you to just let my friend Kyle know that so he can go on with his life.
You have the right to be skeptical. I really hear voices in my head.
Yes, we all hear voices in our heads. It's called intuition. Get over yourself and tell my friend it's just for fun.
Look, what I do doesn't hurt anybody. I give people closure and help them cope with life.
No, you give them false hope and a belief in something that isn't real.
But I'm a psychic.
No, dude, you're a douche.
I'm not a douche. What if I really believe dead people talk to me?
Then you're a stupid douche.
When you understand the process, but if you're looking for a reading to fix your grief, it does not.
The John Edward Show is not liable for opinions and materials given for entertainment purposes only.
So I want to be very, very clear.
It's entertainment purposes.
I'm ready to go. There's a younger male energy in this section that makes me feel like this would be son, nephew, grandson. There is a Cancer connection that comes up here. Does this make sense?
Yeah, cancer is the second leading cause of death. Way to go out on a limb there, John. What a douche.
Where's Robert? Robbie? Rob? Where's the...
I'm sensing an A. Does your name begin with an A? No. A B? No. C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. P! Peter! My name's Peter! Is your name Peter? Wow. You are some kind of sorcerer.
Can I get the mic to you guys over here? The four of you all together? The three of you? Okay. Robert?
My father.
Passed?
Yes.
Okay. Cancer?
No.
Where's the bone issue?
There's two. There's my grandfather and his mom.
Somebody had something that affected their bone.
His mom.
She had bone cancer. So your mom had the bone cancer?
Yes.
Okay, and passed from that?
Yes.
She's making me feel like when she passes either around or on a governmental holiday or something that would be celebratory, but for the country.
So pretty much any time of the year. Yeah, way to go with the generalization.
My
douche.
My father.
I'm seeing the American flag. So
Yeah,
when I see the flag,
my father.
yeah, when I see that, it lets me know that we're talking about like either July
September 11th.
Yeah, it's July 4th, Veterans Day, Memorial Day. Did he pass in the September 11th?
Yes. He's a
Okay.
fireman.
Your dad is Robert. We already
Yes.
addressed that. Are you the baby girl of the family?
I'm the only girl.
Okay. He's making me feel like you're the baby girl, like that.
Yeah, wrong again. So this is just one of the, and this is a reading that he let go on his show. So imagine how bad the readings are that he edits out, how bad those are. We'll unpack more and hear more about that in a bit. I did want to just stop this every so often so that we don't get the dreaded black screen policy violation from YouTube. Somehow people can do watch parties watching whole movies and not get that, but we get it when we don't stop a video every so often. It is what it is, friends.
That's how it's coming across to me. He's also making me feel like, is his mother still here? He's telling me to acknowledge his mom.
Yes.
We need to make sure that his mom knows that he came through. She needs a big hug. Okay.
All
A
questions,
huge
no
hug.
statements. Captain Obvious. He strikes again.
I always say that, as mom, there's no greater loss than the loss of a child. Don't lose sight of that as a feeling. Okay. Now, you talked to him that day?
Yes, I did.
What I
Yes.
don't understand, though, is from him is he's doing something very different for me than I think the norm would be for what he would do. So if he normally did ABC as a firefighter, that day he did 1, 2, 3 in addition to ABC.
It's his first day back to work after surgery.
Okay.
And he was working in a different firehouse.
Because my feeling is that he wasn't
He made the doctor put him back to work.
he wasn't doing what he would normally would be doing.
Right.
Okay. And do you have 2 boys?
I do now, yes.
Course he's
My
two.
young other son passed away last year.
He's telling me to talk about 2 boys.
Why isn't the dead son talking to
So
him?
you lost your son after your husband?
Yes.
That's his son as well?
I had 3 sons.
Right. But one of them has passed
Yes.
after him.
Yes.
So it's your brother who passed? Yeah. It's so funny. It's like they don't want to talk about it. Was he killed? Just yes or no, as best as you can.
No.
What I'm being shown is
Wrong
swift
again.
and fast and not an illness. That's why I said, is he being killed? Was he killed? And the reason why I said that is he's not taking the responsibility on for how he got there. So if he's not taking on responsibility, my immediate feeling would be, well, something had to happen to him. And you're saying no. So clearly he had to be involved in his own passing from what you're saying. But he's not.
Yeah, and they all do this. They backpedal and make excuses when they fail.
Cold reading, I suppose, is the way that a complete stranger can seemingly tell you everything about yourself without being psychic and without knowing anything about you.
I thought this video was also appropriate because a lot of people have mentioned Darren Brown to me. I'm a former magician, so I'm very familiar with Darren Brown. He is probably the world's leading mentalist or mental magician. Just a tremendous talent.
In essence, the cold reader or psychic is supplying a lot of words, and you as the sitter, the other person, is supplying the meaning to those words. And it relies on a lot of techniques. It's not really a question of forensic body reading and the sort of things that people might. It's not really normally even that clever. There are linguistic tricks which, unless you're aware of them, are very easy to fall for. And those tricks can give the impression that the person knows everything about your character, or might refer to facts and things from your life.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend that a dead person is talking to me about you, okay? Okay. Okay, watch, Kyle. It's an older man, someone very close to you. My father? Does this month, November, hold a special significance? My birthday's in November! Right, because he's saying, tell her happy birthday. Oh my God! See, Kyle, I started with something really big. I told older man because I'm betting that based on this woman's age, her father is most likely dead. But if her father wasn't dead, I could still say it was some other older man.
Her birthday was in November.
I didn't. I just asked her if November meant anything. Her father could have died in November, or Thanksgiving could have been really special for them. But I go with the birthday and validate it now as if I knew by saying he wishes you a happy birthday. What else does he say? Okay, I'll just use an old standard. He's saying money. Stop worrying about the money.
Oh my God! My sister and I have been fighting over his inheritance. That's amazing.
No, it isn't. When a father dies, inheritance is usually an issue, and money is something everyone worries about.
The only problem I guess I have is that, if God
Even
or
Fox
somebody
News.
who passed on in my life wanted to talk to me, why wouldn't they come directly to me? Why would I need you?
I think they do. That's a great question. I actually think they do. And one of my things, when I was a kid and I started doing this 25 years ago, my grandmother would hear me say to my clients, you don't need me. If you pay attention to the energy that's around you, you'll be able to recognize the signs and symbols of how your family communicates with you. And then these people would leave, and my grandmother would go, what are you telling people stuff like that for? You're not going to have any business. And I'm like, listen, it's not about business. It's about teaching.
It's not about business. $50 to $800, and yes.
Look, I've read all your critics. I read the New York Times Magazine. I read the whole Dateline thing, Time accusing you of using these very, a cold read where you can read people. I've been able to read people my entire life because I've interviewed people now for 20 some odd years, okay? So you can read people that way. Or Houdini used to have microphones, and he would pick up stories, and then he'd seem like a genius. I know exactly what you're thinking, but meanwhile, they had picked it up earlier. So there are techniques that hucksters and fraud people use. You're saying you never use that? Never?
No, actually.
Here, look, Kyle. There's tons of testimonials on the internet saying that John Edward has the entire studio wired to hear what people are talking about before the show. And he pays actors to be plants in the audience. You're just jealous he's a better psychic than you.
Right. Let me ask you this. Did you, in your show, do you edit out parts where it doesn't make you look good as Time Magazine accused?
You can literally call, I'm saying, you can literally speak to
You
every...
read the piece that said that you do.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't do that.
They edited for time. People edit for time. But if they took things out that were inaccurate, they took out things that were more accurate.
Oh, man. I can't believe I got fooled by that asshole.
He's seen better on TV.
They must edit the shows down on television to only show him getting most of the right answer.
At first, I thought you were all just stupid listening to this douche's advice, but now I understand that you're all here because you're scared. You're scared of death, and he offers you some kind of understanding. You all want to believe in it so much. I know you do. You find comfort in the thought that your loved ones are floating around trying to talk to you, but think about it. Is that really what you want? To just be floating around after you die having to talk to this asshole? We need to recognize this stuff for what it is. Magic tricks.
We offer $1 million prize to any person or persons who can provide evidence of any paranormal, occult, or supernatural event of any kind under proper observing conditions. It's that simple, friend.
Yeah, so there we have it. We have South Park explaining to us the douche that John Edward is. And by the way, 1 second, friends. Okay, so in the interview, in the Fox News interview, he basically danced around. Do they edit the show? Do they take out his hits, or excuse me, take out his misses? He said, "Oh, they just edit it for time." Friends, I was a personal witness to a taping, and I tell you, absolutely true. He edits out all or most of the misses. But Dan Hogan, you got to see him in a different sort of venue, a different sort of, it wasn't a taping for his television show. And I know that you're pressed for time with that baby. So why don't you tell us your story of how you encountered John Edward? What were your thoughts? What were your impressions? And what was the takeaway when you were done with this experience, seeing him live?
So, yeah, like you said, I saw him, I guess, in sort of a different capacity than what you did. Me and my dad actually went to see him back at the end of 2017. He was coming through Cincinnati, and it was part of his like 2017 psychic tour that he was doing. So we go down. They had it at a hotel. It was like the Marriott, and tickets were like $100 a pop. So me and my dad go in, and it's in like this massive, like meeting banquet hall area. And I would guess that there was probably 200 people in this room. I mean, that's a pretty close guess. And, starts out, his sister actually came out, who I don't know if his sister was like his business man, like his manager, or she was, just like working on the tour with him. But she comes out and she kind of goes over like, their family, like kind of like a family history, and like her brother, and like, when he started developing these, abilities and whatnot. And she talks for like 15 or 20 minutes, introduces him, and then he comes out and he starts the reading. And he was like, the people that he was like picking out, like obviously, like you said, I think some of the stuff he uses, he throws out sort of vague questions and just general statements, and then people, if they feel like that's something that works with them, they would raise their hand or whatever. And this, I think the total time he was doing this was probably, I don't know, hour, 15 minutes. It was close to an hour and a half. And, the takeaway that I got from it, I mean, given the fact that it was a massive room and there's that many people in there, I kind of got the feeling that these people that he hit on were like paid actors.
Stooges.
That, they were stooges. Yeah. And that they'd already gone over this stuff beforehand. So when he calls them out, or when they raise their hand and then he does his whole spiel, it sounds more believable, because I think that it was like rehearsed, or they had some kind of script, I think, that they were following. And, it's, I don't know. I mean, I think my thought on it was, and you've touched on this in these other shows that you've done, talking about these other, psychics, is they're really just feeding off of people's, emotions, and people get wrapped up in this stuff. And I guess, in a way, I guess me and my dad were sort of in that same deal at the time. So it's sad that, he's $100 a pop for 200 people. I mean, that's big money. And he does this, you know, how many times a week all over the country for a whole year. I mean, that's big dollars that we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of money. And now you mentioned his family. I did some checking, and the best that I can tell is that Mr. John Edward came from basically what many would consider a gypsy family of they're psychics, you know, like the grandmom is psychic, you know, the sister reads tarot cards and is some kind of other psychic, but not a medium. But the medium job is John Edward in the family. And when he rose to prominence, they all sort of helped him with the grift. That's the sense that I got. And I know the sister that you're talking about because she was at the taping that I was at for his television show. And she's sort of like a handler for him, sort of like an opening act, you might say, right?
Yep.
That's the impression that I got from her.
I don't really remember because, like I said, this was like almost 3 years ago now. So I mean, parts of that are sort of, you know, vague a little bit, but I don't remember them going in, or at least her specifically. I don't remember her specifically going into, you know, like a family history of, you know, mediums or anything like that. It was more like about him and when, like, as a child, when he started talking to dead people and how the family reacted to it. And it was sort of her take on like what he, you know, who he was as a medium and how it kind of progressed through the years as he rose to, you know, prominence and had a bigger stage for his, you know, his show or his grift, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. And so, but your takeaway, having seen him, was that it wasn't, you weren't impressed with his psychic abilities, or I think going in, did you think that he really was real?
I didn't think that he was real. I mean, I guess like there's always a part of you that, you know, wants to believe that something like that is true. Sure. I think his setup is different based on the venue that he's in. You know, like with his show, you know, the studio that they're in, it's a smaller setup. So you might have, I don't know what, 40 or 50 people or something in there, maybe, you know. So some of the stuff that you've talked about in the other shows where, you know, they've got people who are out mingling in the crowd before the show who are, you know, picking up on things. John Edward's been around since really before social media became a big thing. So I would almost have to think that some of his, you know, pre-show stuff is not more like Theresa's where it's social media based. I think he had people like in the audience or in the crowd, you know, prior to the show listening, or they had, you know, maybe they had the studio, you know, microphoned and were picking up side conversations and people, you know,
sure.
Oh, I hope he picks me and, you know, he communicates with grandma or something like that. Like they're hitting on those things. And I think they're, you know, whether it's an earpiece or
taking notes,
he's getting information funneled to him somehow, in my opinion.
Sure. Absolutely. But, and you're right about he was previous to the social media explosion when he rose to prominence. So he wouldn't have that as a weapon. That was something that was an innovative part of Theresa Caputo's grift. But in this case, when I attended the taping, I was shocked and amazed because, first of all, they let everybody into this one big room first, right? And then we all waited, standing there in that room. And yeah, people start chatting and people start talking amongst themselves for a good hour, maybe hour and 15 minutes before they let us into the second room. And I was looking around this room and I was sure that there was marks. And you know what I mean by a mark. There was people there that were, I swore I saw somebody touch an earpiece or touch their ear a few times, walked by them, saw an earpiece in their ear, in their one ear. Mm-hmm. A few of the other marks, I tried to do that too, but they were further away and it was like awkward. So I was satisfied though, seeing one shill or mark in the room. I was sure that they were collecting information. And also this same person, I saw one of the other marks going in their pocket several times. So I thought that they were collecting conversational pieces with the pocket recorder or something like that. And then interestingly, I think there was probably 3 or 4 marks. They left the room a good half hour before they let us all in. In other words, the marks got into the taping room, and that made me go, they were definitely marks. And then this is speculation, but I think they all rush back there with their tapes, making notes to feed to him later. You know what I mean?
Well,
The other big, yeah.
No, I was just going to say, and that could be. Now, when you did the show, or when you were in the audience for the taping, after the taping was over, did they have anybody else like stay behind after the show was done taping?
Yeah, they did, but I wasn't picked to be one of them, so I don't know. And then the door closes, so I don't know what happened with them, with those
Yeah,
people.
I was gonna say, because I guess the only disclaimer that I would have to this is that there was a VIP ticket that you could buy for like $175. It was probably $175, $200. I can't recall, but it was in that higher price point. And
those are like
price,
you're guaranteed that you're going to get a reading for the 175.
I don't know if it was guaranteed that you were going to get a reading, but what it was like after the main show was over, the people who didn't have VIP tickets were asked, you guys go ahead and go, and the VIP ticket holders were able to stay behind, maybe in the hopes of in a smaller room setting that maybe they would get a reading. I don't know if you were guaranteed a reading, but you were guaranteed an opportunity to be in a closer setting with him. But I mean, and again, I wasn't there, so
with other scams like this, the VIP ticket would mean that you're going to get a reading. So,
well, and like you said, it could be that I don't know how many people had VIP tickets, but the plants or the marks that you're talking, I mean, they could have had those people scattered inside the VIP, part of it, to where he's sitting on them, and everybody's like, oh shit, I didn't.
Or they could have checked who had VIP tickets on the way in, and they concentrated their spying on the VIPs. Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating how these grifts work. And to me, so the other big takeaway that I would say, having witnessed one of these tapings, is that the taping went for 2 hours and 20 minutes, or just about 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I made notes while I was in there. 2 hours and 20 minutes of miss, hit, miss, hit. I was shocked at how terrible he was at cold reading. I thought that he was at least good at cold reading. And I would say I've witnessed 100 different people that were pretty good at cold reading. I would put him on the lower scale of the cold reading ability scale. So to me, the takeaway for me was editing. We have a 2 hour and 20 minute session of 100 or so people in this room where he's doing these readings, and it gets edited down to not a half hour, but 22 minutes, because they have to leave time in that half hour show for 8 minutes of commercials. So we have 2 hours and 20 minutes of him giving readings, edited down to 22 minutes of a television show. And of course, I watched the show that I saw the taping for. And what I saw was, instead of hit, or excuse me, miss, hit, miss, hit. What you see on the television show is hit, miss, hit. It's like they invert what the reality of that event really was. And they're only showing mostly his hits and cutting out 2 hours of him missing. Terrible.
I think that my experience was a little bit different, because I almost feel like there was almost more, quote unquote hits. But then I guess what are you classifying as a hit? Like, I mean, when you're throwing out general statements, I mean, that could be a hit with a lot of people. But unless you're being really specific, I think it's kind of hard to say, yeah, that's a hit, or that's not a hit. But that was kind of what struck me about the whole thing, was that there wasn't a lot of, I guess, misses. Like I said, it almost felt very scripted. And I can't put myself in another person's shoes, but like, if that would have been me, and like, he's talking to my dead relative or something, I feel like there would be more of an emotional, like, sort of feel. And I didn't really feel like that was the case. Like, the people that he was doing this with, that, he was pointing out, it was almost more of like, not cold, but like, they were just like, yeah, that's my brother, that's my father, like something, something like that. I didn't get this, like, I didn't get this emotional, like, it just didn't feel like it was real, I guess, is the only way I can put it.
Yeah, I got I went there sort of already biased, that he was just a cold reader and that he's probably editing the hell out of his show. But I wanted to be sure, so I went and witnessed this, and it was a cold reading mess. It was a cold reading mess, not even good cold reading, you know? Like, I had the feeling that if he had to do live shows, he would fail miserably. And then what I found was on a lot of his, like when he does a guest spot on somebody else's show, it's much more honest portrayal of what he actually does because he can't edit. They edit it, you know?
Yeah.
And they might not play ball so much and edit out all the hits, but for his own television show, he has the control factor. And, you know, it's pretty disingenuous what he said on this Fox News interview because he's the person that directs the editing. It's his television show. And he's saying, no, we don't edit out hits or misses. Of course he does. I was witness to that. And there's other people online who have written blog posts about this guy and attending the taping and having a similar experience. And if nothing else, we have South Park to explain to us that he's a douche.
You know, to his credit, though, I mean, and I guess this is true for, you know, Sylvia Browne and Van Praagh and a lot of these other people who have, I guess, sort of rose to prominence. But there is a lot of video of him throughout the years. I mean, I did a little bit of YouTube research before going to this. And I mean, you know, there's videos of him like doing like news shows in Australia. He was on like an Anderson Cooper like live deal where he did a reading on him while they were sitting there. So I mean, like, you know, there's obviously editing on his end, but then you sort of wonder, like when he's doing, you know, when he's doing this publicity stuff that, you know, putting his name out there, how is that going? I mean, are they editing that, or is he getting information sort of fed to him because these are prominent people? So I mean, there's information available about these people out there. But
yeah, he could do some pre-show work. Yeah, he can do some research. If he knows that he's going to be giving a reading to Anderson Cooper, that's a famous person. You can find out who that person's mother is, if they're still living, if they're still dead. You know, there's a lot of methods that he could be using when he does do a decent. I've seen him do a few decent live readings that didn't appear to be heavily edited to me. But you know, even a broken clock is right twice a day, you know, so it's not very convincing to me. And one of the other things that always strikes me with all of these mediums is that not a one of them has ever produced a unique piece of information that only the dead person and the person, their relative living that he's giving the reading to would know. I've never seen that happen. Never.
Yeah.
It's always generalized statements, you know, and jumping at all these guesses. He rapid fires, throws out all of this stuff, and what hits, he continues with. What fails, he kind of drops to the side and keeps throwing out stuff till he gets that hit to talk about.
Well, it's like you said, I mean, in all these shows that you watch, and even if you've ever talked to somebody who's been to a psychic or, you know, a proclaimed medium, I don't think I've ever, maybe one time I had somebody tell me, oh, you know, they said something to me that was personal to me. I mean, any other time, it's like you said, it's just general sort of statements. And you would think that if your dead relatives are trying to communicate with you, they would make it clear that that's the person, you know, that's your dad, or that's your sister, or that's your aunt, or something like that. And it's always like, well, I have a presence here, female, older, you know, do you have a grandpa, you have a grandma that died? Like it's stuff like that.
If you're of a certain age, it's pretty good bet that you have a grandma that died, you know? Yeah.
And the other thing sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, the other thing that I don't understand either is, you know, what you never see on any of these videos is you never see like a disclaimer, this is for entertainment purposes only. So like, to me, that's almost like I'm selling myself as the real deal. And I don't know how these people don't just have massive like fraud lawsuits against them for the stuff that they're doing.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that we're going to see, for entertainment purposes only, disclaimers coming to a lot of things, including a lot of bullshit UFO alien channels and stories, because those guys they've pushed things right to the edge of legality, and they're starting to get in trouble for some of the shit that they're spewing. But if they put that disclaimer on, they could get a free pass. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that. But just like the UFO frauds, these people portray themselves as a genuine, real, factual thing. And these readings as being factual, that I'm really talking to your dead uncle or whatever. And it's funny to me that they get away with it, and to the
I'm
tune
not
of
su-
millions. He's a millionaire.
not-
This guy became a millionaire from this.